having said that, oh, okay, the notes. You see your slides down there.
Oh, so we will see them there.
You have nothing here.
Oh.
Also, look at this.
Wow.
The stage wobbles.
That needs wedging with a pinky. Okay. Sometimes I... Hello. I'm reading off my slides, so it's a little bit...
Look at this. Okay, if we stand, oh dear. Well, if we stand, I can just put one foot on one side and Jen can put her foot on the other side. So you'll see the screen on two. Okay. There's a remote forward back laser. I mean, what a great remote.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's good. So if we're...
It's very wobbly. I think we should tape it or something. Yeah.
A couple of bricks. Okay.
But we'll just have two people stand on
Yeah.
either side
There
the
you
whole
go.
time.
That'll
Just be like,
be helpful.
and we'll make gestures.
Just have everyone sat in the back. Wait, balancing out.
Okay. So you said our notes will be there. You mean our slides will be there? Oh, it's quite loud,
It
isn't
will
it?
be presenter view.
Ooh. Hello. It's quite loud, isn't it, from here? Okay.
Well, I am loud, so. The only thing is, with that is presenter view, it's going to be small.
It's a terrible picture. Didn't realise they were going to splash
What's
it
presenter
everywhere.
view going to look like? I don't have any notes. I don't need
Oh,
it. But I do like to read the first few words to prompt my brain. So I'm going to be like,
So what's it going to show? Just the notes or just slide the notes?
oh,
So they're going to come and look at the lectern and see if we can get that studied up. And then the idea is that everyone would actually have an earpiece mic, regardless of the fact that we've got a lectern mic as well. So the earpiece and price the mics.
so how do we change slides? We change our own slides? There's no point having a pointer because it
Hello, good morning everyone. Just to let you know, there is coffee and scones out there if you would like them. Hello everyone. There's still a few more minutes until the session starts. I just wondered if anyone had lost a bank card. Come see me if you have. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Ponso Maruping. I'm the Managing Director of the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory. So we are responsible for implementing radio astronomy programs in South Africa, including human capital development, as well as supporting government in delivering on the SKA project. As you all know, today is Women's Day, which is celebrated on the 9th of August in South Africa. So happy Women's Day, everybody. I think it's kind of strange to make all the women work on Women's Day. It's a very strange way of celebrating, but okay, we are here, we are up. The reason this day is celebrated in South Africa is that in 1956, about 20,000 women marched to the union buildings to protest a new law requiring black women to carry passbooks in South Africa. If you don't know what these are big ID books that were always required by the way of black people in South Africa, and they determined where you could be at any time of the day. So, you know, you had to show your passbook, and then if you're in the wrong place, you would be arrested or fined or whatever they used to do to people in 1956. So I think that essentially that effort was, you know, a way of women contributing to changing laws that impacted them negatively in South Africa. Today, we get to celebrate something completely different on this day as well, having South Africa be part of a huge project that probably the biggest project that the new government has ever been involved in. We've been part of the SKA project now for 20 years, I would say, from when the idea started to when we are now beginning construction in South Africa and in Australia. As part of this project, Sarao, on behalf of government, actually built the Meerkat telescope. Last year, we celebrated 5 years of Meerkat telescope. And the one thing that I noticed about the Meerkat at 5 celebration was that for the first time, while there were a row of old white men sitting in front to talk about how the project started, the rest of the room was as diverse as you could imagine. So this project has already had a huge impact in South Africa. During that week, at some point, I was standing at the back of the room, and Precious was presenting on stage. And after she was done presenting, Patty put up her hand and asked a question. And I was saying this morning at breakfast with some of the ladies that I actually regret not recording this moment because I feel like it was the first time I was in a room where there was a big science meeting and 2 black females were having an academic conversation. And I think that if we have any doubt about what big science can do, that just specific moment demonstrates exactly what these type of projects can do. Going forward, I do hope that we will continue to do more of this, but not only that, that we start having a much bigger impact across Africa as well. I know that we are already having conversations as SK members about how to impact use this project to have a much broader impact beyond just South Africa. And I know that, you know, just demonstration of what happened then, I'm sure that we will be able to achieve this. I just want to acknowledge, by the way, Benny, who was the first director of SK South Africa, and Rob, who is my predecessor. And just say to them, thank you so much for laying such a strong foundation that makes my role now as the MD a lot easier than it would have been. So I hope you enjoy this day and you learn so much about this amazing work that we've been doing this past 20 years. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christine Speckens. I'm a faculty member at Queen's University in Canada. I'm the Canadian SKA Science Director. I'm the Vice Chair of the SKA's Science and Engineering Advisory Committee, and I am the session chair for this morning. There is a fantastic lineup of speakers who are going to tell you about science, technology, and broader impacts of the SKA, so we'll get right into it. First up is Sarah Pierce, who's going to tell us about the next generation of radio astronomy.
Thank you very much, Christine. That's loud. And it's very bright up here, surprisingly kind of, show busy. So thank you so much. That was such an amazing introduction, Pancho. We were also at dinner with some of the women who work for SKA on Wednesday night, and I was saying that I can remember a time when, you know, you could count on the fingers of one hand the number of women who worked in the SKA project. And so it is so exciting now to have, you know, this day on South African Women's Day to celebrate the amazing women who are working across SKA, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from them for the rest of the day. So I guess I would like to start by acknowledging the First Nations people and the traditional owners of all the lands on which we build our telescopes and work across the world. In particular, I would like to acknowledge the Wodjiri Yamaji as the traditional owners and native title holders of Inyarimana Ilgui Bundareth, CSIRO's Murchison Radio Astronomy Observatory, where we're building SK Low. And I pay my respects to First Nations people here today, and in particular to Jenny Lynn and Gail, who I can see sat here in the front row, who are here representing the Wodjiri, and we'll be hearing from Jenny Lynn later. So, SKA, as I hope most of you know, is an intergovernmental organization, so a treaty organization. And in fact, we've been established for 3.5 years now. And in the last couple of years in particular have seen a great growth in the membership of the organization. So now, since I've been giving this talk, I started by saying we had kind of 8 members. Now it's great to be able to say that we have 11 full members, and then other members on the accession stage, and whose governments are working towards joining SKA. One of the things I always find interesting about this map is if you look at a map of a number of the other intergovernmental organizations in kind of science areas, you'll find that it's pretty diverse often, but nearly all in the Northern Hemisphere. And so it's great to see a map here that covers both the Northern and Southern Hemispheres, and in particular, you know, the vision of expanding out into Africa more broadly, as well as South Africa, for this massive mega-scale science project. So the 2 telescopes that we are working on building at the moment, SKA Mid in South Africa. I'm going to assume that most people sat in the room probably know about SKA Mid, but it will have 197 dishes, including the Meerkat existing 64 Meerkat dishes, and be spread over 150 kilometers of the Karoo, covering the mid-frequency range of radio astronomy. And then we're also building SKA Low in Australia, so spread across 74 kilometers of the Murchison region of Western Australia, 131,072 dipole antennas arranged in 512 stations, covering the low frequency range. With these 2 amazing new telescopes, you get to do really the whole swathe of astronomy, modern astronomy. And I'm not going to talk much about the science that the telescopes are going to do, but you are going to hear a bit later from Wendy and from Shari about the science of the telescopes and when we can expect to start working with the science communities on getting data. I did want to talk a little bit about the construction strategy for the telescope. So the great thing about building an interferometer is that you can build it in parts. So, you know, unlike, say, maybe a large optical telescope where you have to build the whole thing and then you can see whether it works, we can build it in pieces. And so the construction strategy has always been about building the smallest possible demonstrator of the whole signal train as early as possible in the project so that we can make sure that the design works as we expect, and then scaling that up. And so you can see that that this results in this, what we call staged delivery process with a number of array assemblies. Then we have, the aim at the moment is to get to what we call AA star, which is 144 dishes and 307 stations. That's the scale of telescope that we have enough money to pay for at the moment, but we have built the whole infrastructure. Now, of course, once we get to that scale of telescope, we are still, for both telescopes, by some margin, the best telescope in the world, both in low and mid frequency. So in fact, by the time we hit AA2, which is 64 stations, 64 dishes, we will be comparable to the best other radio telescopes in the world. So where are we up to at the moment? So you can see from this we're a long way through construction already. So even though we've only been formally constructing for 3 years, 89 of the 105 construction contracts have already been awarded, and we've committed 761 million euros of the 1.3 million euros that is the construction budget. We're 36 months in, but on both sites, you will see later great presentations by Tracy and by Kath that will describe to you the massive amounts of work that have been going on in the infrastructure side. And then there's enormous amounts of work going on worldwide in order to deliver the components from all over the world that will come to South Africa and Australia to make up the telescopes. As we do this, we're very conscious of our impact on the environment and on broader sustainability. So sustainability and impact and the Sustainable Development Goals are fundamentally built into how we are delivering both the observatory as an organization, the impact that we have broadly, and the telescopes as infrastructure. And of those Sustainable Development Goals, we believe we touch on around 11 of them, and a number of them are in areas that will be talked about today, for example, in local engagement, education, as well as the more direct things like the environmental impact that we have on the land that we work on. Both telescopes are big data telescopes. You can see the enormous data rates that come from both telescopes then down to the central signal processing facilities in Perth and Cape Town, and are then distributed around the regional centres. And you'll hear from Rosie later about the role of the regional centres in the SKA project, and how it's the regional centres where the astronomers will engage with the data products and will deliver science from the SKA. So I'm just going to do now a very short adverts for what you're going to see in just a minute. 2 really massive milestones for the project that I want to flag, and then you'll hear more about them. First of all, from Tracy, you will hear about the installation of the first SKA mid-dish. So she's going to show you an amazing video of the big lift, of the dish being lifted onto the pedestal. And so this is a great step. It's the first SKA mid-specific dish, and the first step towards that AA 0.5, which has got 4 dishes, which we will achieve next year. And then for SKA low, We've currently deployed 4 stations worth of antennas. So each station is 256 antennas. You can see a picture here of 2 of the stations. And we're in the process of installing the digital systems on all 4 of the stations, which will allow us to take data from all 4 of the stations and undertake interferometry. What Kath will tell you in a minute, and what we're really pleased to have announced yesterday for the first time, is the first data from the sky taken from an SKA telescope. So using one of those stations, we've been able to take a 24-hour image of the sky, and it's not a science image. Thank you, Matthew. It's not a science image, but what it does is it does demonstrate the design and the processing of the data from the telescope, and Kath will tell you more about that. So that's a great step for us. So that's the end of my brief introduction to the observatory as a whole. And hopefully I'm well within my time, Christine.
You are. I didn't even have to stand up. It's great.
So thank you.
We've got a couple of minutes for questions. Any questions for Sarah?
Matthew.
So this number of 700 petabytes a year that is going to be analysed is going to be very challenging with today's technology. Can you talk a bit about the carbon footprint of even just reanalyzing such data sets and archives and your goals for sustainability?
Yes, I mean, I think Rosie will be in a good position to talk a little bit about more about the kind of sustainability goals for the regional centres in particular. I'd start by saying we know that internally within the observatory, 90% of our carbon footprint comes from operating the telescopes themselves and the computing that goes with them. Mostly the telescopes, actually, but partly the computing too. And so what we've been aiming to do throughout the design process for the telescopes is to reduce the power requirements for the telescope. Obviously, that improves our carbon footprint, but it also makes the telescopes cheaper to operate, so it's a win-win. And during the design process, we actually halved the power requirements for the telescopes. Now, what we're doing at the moment is looking at how both the telescope operations and the computing can be powered, to what extent they can be powered by renewable energy. So if we take the low telescope as an example, it's not on the grid, and so we will need to purchase a power station. So we'll have a power supply agreement with a power station provider. And one of the questions that we are asking is to what proportion of renewables penetration will we be able to get? So it's relatively straightforward to get, maybe even up to 90% renewable penetration. It becomes much more expensive on an independent power supply in order to get beyond kind of 90% because of the battery that you need. So that's not quite the answer to your question, but it was talks about sustainability. Obviously, for the regional centres, what we've been talking about at the moment is the kinds of KPIs that we will expect from the regional centres. And I think it's likely that the SKA Council is going to be interested in the power and sustainability credentials of the regional centres. Is Rosie there? Rosie, I don't know if you can touch on this later as you talk about the regional centres. Thanks.
Let's thank Sarah again. For people who have just come in the room, welcome. Come and find a seat. There are lots of seats if you can see them. If you're sitting near the edge of a row, if you could let someone in or move in to let other people sit down, that would also be great. So next up, Tracy Cheatham is going to tell us about progress towards building and operating SKA MID in South Africa.
Good morning, everybody. And once again, happy Women's Day. It's really a wonderful celebration for all of us today. And I just want to again acknowledge the 20,000 women in 1956 that undertook that great march to the Union buildings. And I think there's a particularly important saying, I just want to, Wabafazi Wati Mbakodo means you strike a woman, you strike a rock. And I think that just shows the importance of the passion and the strength of our women of our nation. So in terms of equity, diversity, and inclusion, this is one of our core values of the SKA Observatory, and it's enshrined in everything that we do. And I'd really particularly like to say on South African National Women's Day, a special tribute to all the South African women involved in the construction and the operation of the SKA telescopes. These are engineers, they're scientists, business enabling functions. As well as them, there's 43 women missing from this photograph from the local communities of Carnarvon, Williston, Brunfley, and Van Wyksvlei that are currently involved in the construction of the project. So we really salute them today on South African National Women's Day. In terms of the, as you'll know, there was the signing of the SKA Convention in 2019, and from that there was two foundational documents, the construction proposal and the Observatory Establishment Development Proposal that were endorsed by the then Organization Board of Directors, and this forms the basis in terms of the construction and the establishment of the observatory in the three host countries. There's three very important agreements in South Africa that have been concluded. The host country agreement between South African government and the SKA Observatory. We've also got the agreement for bilateral cooperation between the National Research Foundation through its national facility, SORAO, and the observatory. And then lastly, our permission to access site. And that's really to enable us to construct and operate the telescope in the Karoo. Sarah's spoken about this just in terms of the mid-baseline. So we've got 197 steerable dishes, offset Gregorian dishes, frequency range of 350 megahertz up to 15.4 gigahertz. And we've got these long baselines, 3 spiral arms extending to 150 kilometer baselines. And obviously, once the baseline has been delivered, the idea is obviously to extend these baselines even further into our African partner countries. Sarah had a good sort of indication in terms of high-level architecture. I'm not going to go into too much detail, just saying that, of course, the array is based in the Karoo. There's this high-speed network coming through to Cape Town, where the central signal processor and the science data process is located, and, of course, then the data products being made available to the science regional centers. Sarah also did a good job about talking about the timelines, so I'm not going to go into too much detail, but just to say that for SKA Mid, the current focus for us is the delivery of Array Assembly 0.5, which is the first dishes successfully integrated, verified, and commissioned. And as Sarah mentioned, it's trying to test the signal, signal chain, and also to check the performance in terms of the realistic operating environments on the site, as well as to verify the interfaces, and then, of course, maintain that continuous upgrade path for the remainder of the array assemblies. This is a sort of a construction status in one slide. I think Sarah also mentioned this. We're 3 years into a 7-year construction program, 92 contracts awarded. There's a lot of progress being made. We're slightly behind schedule at the moment. We're hoping to catch up. There is a little bit of over-expenditure, but that's due to advance payments and site establishment costs. And for Mid, we've only got 4 contracts that still need to be procured. So it's really great in terms of the procurement process and concluding that. From a Mid perspective, again, we're well on our way now with the delivery of the infrastructure for SKA Mid, and I'll show you 2 photographs of that. And then, of course, the big lift that happened recently on the 4th of July. And there's two additional dish structures on the site right now, ready to be assembled. And then, of course, we've got the integration test facility up and running in Cape Town, doing end-to-end signal chain testing as well. And then, of course, the software and computing is also demonstrating early functionalities. This is just a quick picture of some of the infrastructure. So we've got a huge contractor camp set up on site that can occupy, well, the occupancy is about 280 people. We've got about 450 kilometers of roads to be constructed, and you can see photographs in the core adjacent to Meerkat and on the spiral arms. There's power lines being constructed now, so all the power and the fiber is currently going in. This is the construction of the antenna foundations, so a lot of piling happening in the core at the moment, and then the first 4 foundations have already been delivered for AA 0.5. Also very good progress in terms of dish structure and as well as the dish subsystems, with a lot of manufacturing taking place now and be delivered to the site for assembly, integration and verification. A lot of software contracts from across the world have been awarded, 30 contracts. There's also 9 different countries involved. So as I say, very good progress in terms of the software and computing side as well. This is just a quick picture of the integration test facility in Cape Town, and the team has successfully used the SKA simulator to do end-to-end signal chain testing of a 2 single pixel feed receiver as well as the 2 receptors. And they've successfully generated the first images, which proves that our correlator is working very successfully. I'm just now going to show you a quick video clip. This is the journey of the first dish traveling 16,000 kilometers from the factory in Sichuan in China, arriving in Cape Town, then being shipped to site, and then finding its final home in the Karoo. So it's, once again, congratulations to all the teams involved from across the world in the observatory, as well as the local communities. I just quickly want to touch on a sustainability perspective as well. Sarah's mentioned this, but just in terms of local community engagement and participation, at this point in time, we've got already 191 local community members appointed on the project, working on construction, 5 local subcontractors. There's a whole lot of training programs that are currently being implemented to upskill the local community. And of course, we have continuous feedback and engagement meetings. From an environmental perspective as well, we've got an environmental assessment that's been done. We're implementing the environmental management plan. But more importantly as well, we've got 135,000 hectares of land that's been declared as the meerkat, the animal, not the radio telescope, national park. And Sandparks is doing an excellent job in terms of land management programs, erosion management, protection of the flora, fauna, and ecology. And they've actually appointed another 120 local community members to undertake this land management function. And of course, we're also actively tracking water, waste management, etc. In terms of, I think, the question around power as well and sustainability, we know the carbon footprint, 90% of that is around the powering of the array facilities, as well as computing facilities. We've got a power budget in place to minimize power consumption. And part of the design strategy for both the mid-site as well as the site in Cape Town is a blended power solution where we look at a combination of provision of grid power, standalone photovoltaic plants in the spiral arms. We're also looking at a central photovoltaic plant, battery energy storage systems, and potential wheeling here in Cape Town as well. So we're busy with a minimum viable product right now, and that will be deployed at the end of this year to look at the prototyping for the standalone PV plants. And then lastly, from my side, I know I'm holding you up, obviously we're establishing the observatory in South Africa here. There's a lot of recruitment underway at the moment in terms of the collaboration with SKA, a lot of positions to be filled, and I think Shamila will talk a little bit more about this, where the focus is currently. And then I think lastly from our side, in terms of the facilities that have to be established, we've already established the interim engineering operations center and the science operations center here in Cape Town. And of course, as part of the host country obligations through SKA, the provision of the long-term EOC and the science operations center, planning is well underway and will be delivered in the next 2 to 3 years. So thank you very much.
Great, let's thank Lucy. Okay, let's go right to the next talk. So Catherine Trott is going to tell us about progress towards building the SKA Low Telescope in Australia. Okay. It's all good. That's a fantastic video. The videos.
Good morning. There's the slides, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Catherine Trott, and I'm the SKA Low Chief Operations Scientist, and I'm going to talk to you about the progress towards building SKA Low in Australia. So firstly, I would like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri Yamaji as the traditional custodians and owners of the land upon which we are building the SKA Low Telescope at Inyarimana Ilgari Bundara CSI Rose Murchison Radio Astronomy Observatory, and I'd like to pay my respects to all First Nations people here today. The partnership with the Wurundjeri is very important to the SKA Observatory, and we have Jenny Lynn speaking after me who will speak a little bit more to that partnership. But it really is quite a privilege to be able to build our technology on these traditional lands. So in Australia, SKA Observatory is partnering with CSIRO, Australia's National Science Agency, to build and operate the SKA Low Telescope. You can see the numbers here of the staff that are growing at the Engineering Operations Centre in Geraldton and the Science Operations Centre in Perth. And this is a mix of SKAO and CSIRO staff working in partnership. And we do have a lot of recruitment. The team is growing very quickly, and you'll hear some more about recruitment from Shari later on. Now here, as it is on Women's Day here in South Africa, it's really important to promote the diversity that is so critical to the observatory as a whole and SKA Low in Australia. So you can see some of the diverse workforce that we have and that we are building in Australia. We know that gender balance in an organisation is really critical, and we also recognise that having gender balance at the highest levels is really important for it to filter through to the lower levels within an organisation. And that's the way that we can have the best outcomes for the project and for the science. And so we know that particularly in technical roles, it's quite a challenge to meet some of the diversity targets. And so there are a lot of elements that we have in place within the observatory, studentships and traineeships and other components that are really important in the recruitment so that we can ensure that we do have that diverse workforce. And Shari will talk a little bit more about recruitment later on. So SKA Low in Australia is 131,000 of these log periodic dipoles, spread over 74 kilometres of the Murchison region in Western Australia, and accumulated together into 512 of these stations. So each of these stations is 256 of these dipoles, and this is an artist's impression of what that looks like. So you saw this slide earlier from Sarah about the wealth of science that the SKA telescopes will do as an observatory. The ones I've highlighted here in green are the ones that are really critical at low frequencies and that SKA Low will be able to prosecute and undertake most effectively. The ones in orange are spread very well across the two telescopes, but it's really critical that as an observatory as a whole, all the way across the frequency range from 50 megahertz all the way to the top of the SKA mid-range, we have that continuous frequency coverage meeting at 350 megahertz in the middle so that both telescopes together can undertake all of this really ambitious science. So what does the technology look like? This is the Scala 4 log periodic dipole. It's a dual polarization dipole. Its design is to have very high sensitivity over the large fractional bandwidth that it requires from 50 to 350 megahertz. There is a lot of work that has gone into optimizing both the design of the dipole itself, but also the placement of the dipoles within those stations to ensure that the science can be done with the telescope and that we have the best opportunity to be able to be very flexible about how we do that science with the telescope. So really, SKA Low's strength really lies in its flexibility and also its sensitivity as a telescope. So not only does it have a lot of dipoles on the ground, a lot of metal to collect all of those photons, it also has those very long baselines, 74 kilometers for very high resolution. But because it's composed of these 131,000 dipoles that are individually digitized, that means that the array that we define for a particular science experiment might be different to the array we define for a different science experiment, because we can pull apart and add those dipoles together in different ways to tune to our science. So here's an example of some ways that we might be able to do this. These are the subarrays and the substations that will be available within the telescope, and that is assigning dipoles to different beam-formed areas such that we can then tune to the type of science that we want to do on the sky. And Nicole in her talk will speak a little bit more about these options and how you can get engaged with them. So here's a movie of some of the infrastructure construction at the SKA Low telescope site. So we spent the past year building the telescope infrastructure. So that's building the roads, digging the trenches to lay the different power and signal distribution. And we've also been working very closely with WAJIRI monitors during this time to ensure that the heritage is preserved in the construction of the telescope. And this is a really critical aspect to the construction as we build out the telescope. So far we've built nearly 200 kilometres of tracks and laid nearly 100 kilometres of fibre optics and high voltage power, as well as more than 22,000 pieces of metal mesh on the ground on which those dipole antennas will be connected. Here you can see the construction of one of the ground planes for one of the stations from those different pieces of mesh. So the SKA Low telescope is being built on the lands of the WAJIRI people, and that partnership with the WAJIRI is really critical for the observatory as a whole. The WAJIRI have been observing the sky and the stars for tens of thousands of years, and we're really grateful to be partnering with them for this ambitious and exciting science experiment. That partnership is really important, and part of the partnership is helping to upskill the WAJIRI people to be able to have transferable skills to take to other industries such as telecommunications and other infrastructure projects. So Ventia, which is the primary contractor for the infrastructure for SKA Low in Australia, has been engaging with WAJIRI companies and WAJIRI staff members for that upskilling, and also encouraging their contractors to do that. Throughout the project so far, they've exceeded 20 to 25% WAJIRI employment in their construction program, which is really excellent. In addition to that, the SKAO, in partnership with CSIRO, has a year-long training program for field technicians that will actually build the antennas themselves and the signal processing systems. And in that first year, 70% of those field technicians are WAJIRI and 30% of them are women. So these are the people who are going to be skilled and experts at the hardware of the SKA Low telescope. And these are transferable skills that they can take out to other industries. So on March 7th this year, we were very excited to install the very first dipole, and you can see one going into a station which is on the southern arm, one of the clusters of the southern arm. And this was a big media event, of course. And since then, we've built 1,024 dipoles over 4 stations. And this video shows very nicely. Oh, it's not going to play. There we go. It's not going to play. This video, this image rather, shows 6 stations within this cluster, and you can see that there are dipoles across 2 of them. So we have data flowing and connected together from the first station. We will imminently have data from the second station, and the final 2 stations will follow shortly thereafter. So we will be having, oh, it's just playing very slowly, I see. We will have the very first fringes very soon from between the stations. But for the moment, what we have is the image, and hopefully this is going to be a movie that plays. Here we go, excellent. So this is a 24-hour drift scan from that very first station at 230 megahertz. So we've taken the 256 dipoles, we've cross-correlated them internally, and this is an image that's formed of the sky. Because those dipoles are so closely packed together on the station, that means we have really excellent UV coverage. So almost everything that you see in this movie is real. There aren't really many side lobes, it's just very low resolution. And the dipoles see the whole sky. So as we went through, what you could see is the galactic plane. You can see, if I play it again, no, it's not going to work. What you can see, here we go, is the northern polar spur that's going off to the top left there. You can see Centaurus A, Fornax A, some of these A-team radio sources. And what I'm really excited about as an early universe astronomer is that when the galactic plane sets, all that diffuse emission comes forward. And that's because the telescope is very, very sensitive. When the galactic plane sets, we can see all of those images of the cold parts of the sky where we're going to be looking for the early universe signals. So this is very exciting, the very first drift scan data from the first station of SKA Low. And it does deserve a clap. Very, very exciting. So obviously those data aren't scientifically useful for us. We know what the sky looks like at low radio frequencies, but it does allow us to ensure that we understand the full signal chain and that we're getting the data that we expect to see from the sky. So Sarah showed this expected performance plot of the telescope, and really what I wanted to say here is that, as she mentioned, once we get to AA2, we get to a telescope that's more sensitive than any other low-frequency radio telescope we currently have. But in addition to that, we get an array that becomes scientifically relevant. We have some high surface brightness sensitivity in the core stations being built out, but also some of those longer baselines to 10 to 20 kilometres that mean we'll also have good imaging performance. And so this is the time to get involved with the telescope. So part of the telescope design, just like here in South Africa, in Geraldton, in Western Australia, in the Engineering Operations Centre, we have the integration and testing facility. This is a really important facility because it allows us to test all of the components in the signal chain when they're all combined together to make sure that they're compliant with the radio quiet site they're going to be taken out to, but also that they're performing at specification. And you can see some of the work here for the people involved in the ITF. And just before I finish, I also wanted to touch on the environmental aspects. We've talked about the Wadgery Partnership, and we've talked about the heritage protections that are in place, but it's also really important that we protect the environment and the flora and fauna that are native to that area of Western Australia. So this is an example of a couple of the key components here. So the Western spiny-tailed skink, for example, is a native animal. And in fact, part of the design for the infrastructure was altered because a habitat was discovered of the Western spiny tail. And it was really important that that was preserved and maintained. And so the environmental aspects are also really, really important for the SKA Low telescope. So I will finish there. Thank you very much.
We have time for one quick question of Kath, if there is one.
I think, no.
Thank you very much. This is a really cool project. I know there's another talk after this about work with the Wajari, but I was wondering if you could say a little more about maybe education opportunities and like goals you've done in terms of like outreach to schools and stuff. Has that been a part of the SKA model? I know you talked about like employment, but I'm curious about other aspects.
Yes, there are other aspects as well, and so there's actually a very large Indigenous land use agreement that's in place that has a lot of different aspects. As you say, there's the employment aspect, but there are outreach and education aspects as well. And I will actually let Jenny Lynn speak a little bit more to them, but it is actually a much more encompassing piece of work than just employment.
Let's thank Kath again. Next, we'll hear from Jenny Lynn Hamlet and Rebecca Whedon about partnering with Aboriginal communities in Australia.
Morning.
Ready. G'day everybody, it's welcome in Wajari. Just like to thank everybody for coming and listening today about our partnership with CSIRO. But first I'd like to acknowledge the Wajari Yamaji people for their land that the SKA is on. I'd also like to acknowledge the Khoi and the San people and the Bushmen of the Northern Cape for the project area that their area is on. I'd also like to acknowledge the women today, for South Africa's Women's Day. Today our talk is just about partnering with CSIRO in regards to the project out on country. My name is Jenny Lynn Hamlet. I am the Wajari Yamaji Liaison Officer in Geraldton, and this is...
Hi everybody, my name is Rebecca Whedon. I'm the site entity leader working for CSIRO, Australia's National Science Agency, for Inyarimana Ilgari Bundara, the CSIRO Murchison Radio Astronomy Observatory. Thank you so much for taking time to speak to us today, and I note the question here earlier. Thanks so much for asking that question. It's an important one for us to talk through today. We're here to talk about our partnership with the Wajari, and I think we'd like to start off by describing the name. You've just heard us say it multiple times here today, so we'd like to talk about that quickly.
The name of the site is Inyarimana Ilgari Bundara. It's a CSIRO Murchison Astronomy Observatory site. The name is gifted to CSIRO through Wajari, meaning sharing the sky and the stars.
We heard earlier about the Indigenous Land Use Agreement, so for us this was a really beautiful way to actually demonstrate the partnership by putting it up front, putting the Wajari culture and language as part of our name as a demonstration of our partnership. So as we heard before, CSIRO is the manager of the whole of the observatory site. We do have other facilities on the site, including CSIRO's ASCAP facility and also the Curtin's Murchison Widefield Arrayed facility.
I can't see. Let's get over this a bit more. Partnering with for the project basically is with the traditional owners, which are the Wajari people. We've worked with the... I need to get down a bit. I can't see my glasses, they aren't working right. It's just the partners in radio astronomy. We have been working with CSIRO, SKA for the last 20 years.
Yeah, that's a great point, thank you. And it's one of the things that's been truly wonderful about CSIRO in partnership, of course, with the SKA, but also with Wajari. It is a 20-year journey to get to this point. So as part of our Indigenous Land Use Agreement, which you'll hear about shortly, it's really our way of demonstrating legally our commitment to work with the Australian government and the Wajari people, the state of Western Australia, as it relates to the protection of Wajari heritage and culture.
This map is a map of Australia, as everybody would know, but the coloured areas in this map are actually the areas of culture and language that make up the Australian people. So if I'm going to press the button for the other one, that's the Wajari area. Within that area, there is actually 6 language groups in there. So that's why it's distinct to the others, and this is why this particular map is distinct to the normal Australian map. It just showcases the language groups within Australia. The landscape in the Murchison is very vast. It's called the Bunna. We, as Wadri people, we call it country. So we have communities out on country. A lot of our people still reside out on country. So it's a dry place, but before time, I think Wadri people were considered their own astronomers. They travelled to country, so they always used the sky for their own needs, for hunting and for survival out on country. So, do you want to speak about this?
Thank you. You've heard us talk about Indigenous Land Use Agreement, or ILUA, multiple times. So that is, as we mentioned, it's a commitment from the Australian Government and CSIRO to the Wadri people, as well as the state of Western Australia, which really describes how we will engage with Wadri to respect their land as it relates to their culture and their heritage. We heard earlier from Kath around things like the heritage monitoring, which has been a really important aspect of the SKA construction. And it's really, like I said, it's a legally binding arrangement that also describes employment opportunities, not just during the construction phase, but during the future as well, those educational opportunities that provide real careers, etc. As mentioned, our relationship with Wadri is not just as it relates right now. This has been a 20-year journey, as I heard Tracy mention the same. This has been quite a long engagement for CSIRO. We first signed our first ILUA in 2009, which is with the establishment of the ASCAP radio telescope, right through to the expanded ILUA at the end of 2022, which is a wonderful celebration. You can see some photos there, which really enabled the construction of the SKA telescope to start.
Through our partnership with CSIRO and SKA, we've actually had the opportunity of, was in the other conversation as well, about field technicians. We've empowered our Wadri youth in moving forward, and we're actually in the process of doing it again. So partnering with CSIRO in regards to building the project out on country, it enables our youth to benefit as well as our Wadri people. The most important thing to Wadri people is our culture. I mean, we like to share it in any way we can. Storytelling and art are one of the most important things. It's showcased in the art exhibition that's been brought over, where Wadri and the South African artists have collaborated together in regards to all things sky. So it's through our storytelling, it comes out in our paintings, and that's where we all get it from.
And if I may, after our talk today, I understand there's quite a long lunch break, so we do actually have one of the Australian artists here, Gail Simpson, in the audience. We'll be heading down to the Cosmic Echoes exhibition during the lunch break if you wanted to have a chat to Gail and learn more about our Wadri art. And the wonderful Cosmic Echoes exhibition brought about by SKA. So thank you to the SKA. So that's it for us talking. We do have a short video, which I hope will play. Sorry, was it? We got time? Okay, we got time. Okay, let's see if this goes.
Protecting country to me now is understanding the past from our ancestors, our elders. They protected our land and our sacred sites. To understand our culture, we need to protect our culture. We need to make sure that those sites of significance are here forever and ever.
For me, that's the ultimate privilege, to be able to stand up for country and culture and support our elders and the community leaders and make way for access to opportunity and choice for our new generations coming through, moving forward in caring for country, and also the opportunities within the project itself around supply chain opportunities and business and jobs and training.
We do have a cultural heritage management plan that we have in place, so that, you know, it's for 50 years, so we can, you know, in 50 years we're not going to be here, but we can go knowing that, you know, we have this in place and this is to protect, you know, our culture for our children and their children. It's kind of a security blanket, because there are a lot of things out here that we need to protect. So it's basically looking out for our future as well.
The greatest thing about this area was we have a heritage management plan within that area, and that gives us the power as Wadjuri people to ensure that these sites are protected. The protection of the Cultural Heritage Management Plan, to me, is a bigger part of the package.
This project's quite special because it's not an extractive exercise, and so we did have an opportunity to walk side by side in preserving and protecting, and then walking together in how the project manifested in terms of its footprint as per the science, but at the same time protecting culture and heritage.
Wadjuri's always had a connection with the stars and the skies and the moon and the sun and everything, so we've always had that connection. What the telescopes does is bring our Wadjuri perspective in with Western, well, you could probably call it Western science, Western astrology. It brings it all together. We're the oldest living culture in the world, because we've had you know, the atmosphere, the sky, the stars, the moon, to tell us where we are and where our rightful place on our country is.
From the onset, SKA and CSIRO was adamant in the support of a Waiiti name for the site. It's important because what that allows is language to be prominent, and place-based language to be prominent in its meaning and its use, connect to our language, connect to our stories, connect to our art and our food.
We are Wadjuri, you know, we are here and we're ready to share, so, you know, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
We have a little bit of time for some questions. Jenny Lynn and Rebecca will be around during lunchtime as well for a longer conversation if you'd like to have that. But for now, any quick questions before we move on?
This is fantastic. I'm really happy to hear all the amazing things going on there. One question that I had is, you had mentioned on not just employment opportunities now during construction, but moving forwards during the operations. And I was wondering if you could maybe elaborate on that a little bit, what that's going to look like.
I can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the key things that CSIRO is engaging with Wadjuri right now is the intergenerational opportunity around the permanent accommodation facility, for example. So we're working closely with the business development arm of Wadjuri to see how we might be able to, well, not how they might like to best engage on that facility over the next 50 years. And we heard earlier about some of the traineeships, for example, to not just upskill in construction-related activities, but also those more technical aspects as well, which can lead to future career opportunities. So it was one of the key things, is to make sure that we were looking beyond construction into the future in a meaningful way, and that's exactly the purpose of the Allure Agreement.
Thanks. Let's thank Jenny Lynn and Rebecca again.
Thank you.
Next up is Namfumbo Makubo, who will tell us about upskilling local communities through human capacity development in South Africa.
Good afternoon, morning, everyone. My name is Nomfunda Makuba, and I have the absolute amazing privilege of working with the communities in the Northern Cape province of South Africa, where the telescope is actually built. So it's nice to have on Women's Day one of the first, not being a gender or race one, but just saying that at least I'm not an astronomer or a scientist. So that's a good first to have today. So yeah, today's topic really for me is really talking about the investment that South Africa and, now with the partnership moving forward for the SKA Mid, what the work that we've been able to do in the local communities and what we also look forward to moving forward. So I want to start predominantly by at least putting this conversation in the context of the National Human Capital Development Program, right, that the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory has run for, I think, 20 years now, if not the 21st year. So I think that's what I want to do first. Oh, there it is. So this is a program, the Human Capital Development Program was started in the year 2005 as per instruction by the Minister of Science and Technology at the time, which also came from, the decision that South Africa had to make from a white paper on science and technology that said, what does the future look like for us? What are we going to focus on? What kind of research areas should we be focusing on to ensure that South Africa is globally competitive and we can, put something forward to the world that, is much broader than only the developmental issues and challenges that we had at the time. And so these decisions led to, a number of things which also then rolled into ensuring that we are part of this project, but also that there's a human capital development aspect that is tied to it, right? So that when we are done with doing the work, that we have researchers and engineers and artisans that are part of building the project, but also the design work and the operation of the telescope itself. The idea was that then we would support students and young people across all academic levels, as we do now, and which we will demonstrate as the presentation moves forward. And the story that we tell is that when this started, we had 5 astronomers in South Africa around 2005, and we're sitting at more than 200 of those, right, in astronomy and physics and so forth. So I think what's important as well, and quite on theme with today's discussion, is that there was always a deliberate effort to address the inequalities that had existed at that time within the science and engineering sector, especially on a racial and a gender level. Again, the white paper on science and technology forms quite a big and important part of that. So again, on a national level, when we talk about the Human Capital Development Program within the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory, these are some of the educational opportunities that are available to students across the country. And yeah, this is, again, the idea is that we wanted to make sure that we build our own timber, right? That we had all of the resources that we needed to be able to competitively take part in this project. Some of the statistics, I am not a STEM scientist, so the numbers are always important for the quantitative people. We've awarded about 1,590 of these opportunities in terms of bursaries and so forth across fields in the STEM fields. And you can just see a breakdown, for instance, of those numbers in terms of the doctoral students that we've, the doctoral degrees that we've been able to support, the undergraduate programs that we've been able to support, and all the other fields of studies, essentially, that we've been able to support. So where do these people go, right? A lot of times we talk about, bursaries as though we're talking about things, but it's actually human beings, it's human faces and lives that we're actually talking about, right? So where do they go? If you had a tracker on them, where would we find them right now? So some of them have been employed by SAREO itself. So we have taken on quite a number of them within the science field. Within the engineering department, we have about 13 of them that currently work for us. Some of them have gone to take university positions within the field as well, with the physics and all the different kind of departments. Part of the national facility, the National Research Foundation, which we are an agent of, some of them have gone on to work there. Some of them have gone on to work within industry. Some of them have gone on to work within the continent, right? And if you think about, I think this has been spoken about throughout the forum, that what we try to do as Surreo is really to be a global leader in astronomy and producing these kind of skills that are not only good for us, but also for the different fields across, all these areas that are represented here. So this is exactly what it is. I think it might give Sis Poncha a bit of a headache when some of us leave, but this is exactly what the intention was from the start. So some of them, again, have gone on to different fields, and some of them have gone on to work within, for instance, the SKA Mid Telescope, and even at SKA Low as well. So the focus of the discussion, again, I just want to go back to the local communities which we speak about. And for those who don't necessarily have a good idea of the scope or the span of the communities, I like to call it the 1, 2, 3, 4, right? We have one province, we have 2 districts, so that's like how do I put it in a different, like a county, right? Yeah, it's more like a county, right? So you have 2 districts, we have 3 local municipalities, and then we have 4 towns that we work in. So that is the scope of the local communities that we work in. I just want to bring your attention to this, that, I think a lot of people have spoken about, the different kinds of permits and licensing and technical processes that one has to go through to build this kind of telescope. But the focus for us today is much more the social aspect, right? So the social license to operate. So what does that mean? That means, if you ask the general average guy on the street, does this project belong here? Their answer generally should be yes. They should feel offended if something wrong happened to the project. They should feel like this is something that they have an affinity to, this is something that is personal to them, this is something that they are involved in, and this is something that they want to see do better, right? So this is the idea of the social license to operate, and the communities with which we work is part of, essentially one of the main stakeholders in this regard. So how do we do this? So the main focus or way that we do this is we focus on 3 strategic thrusts, and that would be education and skills development, community and cultural investments, as well as business and enterprise development. So everything that I'm going to speak about now is solely in the local communities, right? That is why we wanted to position this under, the national conversation or the national program that we have. So everything that's here is ring-fenced for the local communities. It does not exist in any other province within South Africa, but only for the local communities in which we work. So we have a Surreo Schools program, which provides, educational assistance to 9 schools in the area, in the towns of Carnarvon, Williston, Brandvlei, Van Wyksvlei, Loxton, Fraserburg, and Vosburg. And then we have 3 STEM educators that are employed at Carnarvon High School to ensure that, if we're going to be asking for students to be applying in STEM fields, we probably should be making an effort to make sure that it starts from grassroots level up to the point where that can actually be fed into the entire system. We have reading programs at Carnarvon High School, school development grants to the amount of 150,000 Rand per school per annum to ensure that we supplement the work of the Departments of Education. We have a very cool robotics program that takes place in the primary school and the high school. And really here the story is that, these are people in remote rural areas of the Northern Cape province, really the most peripheral of the peripheral within South Africa, that are now able to take part in cutting edge engineering at basic level through play, and then are able to compete with people globally. And we've had really, really good results from this, because we've had them win international awards just as recent as earlier this year. So it's really something that we're quite proud of, and it's actually quite in the spirit of what this project aims to do, right, which is connect really the world that falls under the broader sky. We have bursary programs that support learners from local towns to attend Carnarvon High School to take advantage of this, the educators that we have put there. We have an undergraduate and postgraduate bursaries, of course, which are part of the program. Then we have also an artisan training program, of which we've awarded about 120 of these, artisan training qualifications to ensure, again, that we are able to optimize and take advantage of the existence of the Meerkat and SKA radio telescope. And then I have some pictures here. Just again, that was at Sol Plaatje University, where we had the local schools robotics team go there, and there was a course on introduction to robotics that took place there. At the bottom right corner, you have a student from Oxford, actually he's a postdoc from Oxford, and there was a citizen science project that was happening there. Here we have that team that I spoke about, the robotics team that was on their way to Denmark, and you can see we're doing quite well on gender there, I might say. So, yeah, and then we have community and cultural investment. So our community and cultural investment program is one that is really quite in touch and on the ground with the community. So on a monthly basis, we have local community meetings to ensure that the community is fully aware of what's happening in the community. The issues that they have are placed before us, and we discuss and resolve issues as they come. We have an office that's based in the local community, which I manage, and that ensures that there's warm bodies that are there to actually fully respond to people's issues, and that we also collaborate, right? We're not just here to talk about problems, but we are there to also hear people and put solutions forward that are of mutual benefit to us. We have biannual roadshows that we do in partnership with the SKA Mid to ensure that the executive management of both organizations and also our partners are actually fully there, and they are also able to respond to people and their questions and concerns and so forth. We have an information session center that I've just mentioned. Again, I think what's important to mention with the information center as well is that there's other services like the SMME Development Center, SMME Development Project, there's the Human Capital Development Program, Schools Program is also situated there. So this is where the actual physical services that the organization provides are. Community and cultural investment, we have a local community development grant up to the amount of 150,000 rands per annum, where we then provide support to community-initiated projects. And we always say that, you know, the community themselves are the experts of their communities, right? I, from outside, might have some knowledge on a theoretical level, but they are the ones that are able to say, these are the actual issues that we face, and therefore we allow them the opportunity to say, we will support that if you are able to provide us, you know, with the necessary required information that we need, and then they are able to implement those grants. And from that, we've had some good successes. We've had early childhood development projects that we've been able to run. There's one that I'll show you as well, which is the Swartkop Community Development Program, which you know, is a multi-purpose center. So we have those grants. We invest in heritage activities like the medicinal plant study that we've done. There's an annual Real Dance Festival, which is also just a celebration of local sand culture and other programs that we run. Again, the grants that I spoke about, we have an astrotourism project which takes local youth and, you know, teaches them basic astronomy, and then they are able to tell their indigenous stories through, you know, to communities and so forth. Okay, then we have ICT support programs. Photos of this. This is again on the right, that's the multi-purpose center that we built in Swartkop that is able then to provide a local library, a clinic. That's where the district doctor comes. That's, you know, where other programs like the arts and craft program that is illustrated there on the bottom left are. So this is again one of the examples of the community development grants. Here are the Astro guys. You might have heard about them. Please do Google them. They have a Facebook page as well. They're doing really amazing work and just doing indigenous astronomy, right? I'm not the one to tell their story. They are, and they are there. For those that will be going to Carnarvon this weekend as well, they'll be there to do that astro-tourism experience for you. Something that's exciting, I'm almost on my last slide, is that we have quite exciting, and in collaboration also with the SKO, the Carnarvon Science Visitors Center. And for non-STEM scientists like myself, we're always occupied with how do you bring these things together? How do you ensure that you put in the place and the space, you know, the people of the area under the scientific theme that all brings us all together? And to that effort, there's a Science Visitor Center that will be built in Carnarvon. We have about 5 years to deliver it, but that's something that's quite exciting because it'll bring together all these elements and really bring them to life. And there again, we have collaboration with the local communities in which we work. 1,000 words in one picture. There's a lot of pictures, so many words. Yeah, I think this is basically it. I think, the last one that I wanted to say is that we do place a lot of emphasis on ensuring that the local community can actually provide business services, one to the project itself, but also to to one another. You want to create an ecosystem where once we're gone, there's an actual sustainable local economy that can hopefully do business with the outside world as well. And we've done well in doing that and ensuring that the barriers are lowered, that they are able to do business with us. So even in the previous contracts that we've had about, I think 12 of them took fully part in the contracts, but we're also doing more developments, and we've worked very hard with Tracy and the team to ensure that this is also true for the SKA Mid Telescope through the local participation plans that we've done. And that is the end of my slide. I think those are real, that's a real initiative, those are real crafts. There are real people, whoever's interested in getting crafts from the Karoo, they are available. Please reach out to us. I'm in the pink jacket, so I'm happy to talk about that. Oh,
Thank you.
So if you'd like to have a longer conversation about some of the things you've heard about, I'm sure Namfundo is around and happy to have that conversation. For now, if there are some quick questions for Namfundo, or if there is a quick question, feel free to ask it.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you so much. I have been very familiar and connected with the dialogue at Mauna Kea in Hawaii, and your model provides excellent vision and steps that can be taken there, as well as they develop their relationship with the indigenous people, which was very much a problem for some time. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks again to Namfundo and to all of the speakers from this morning's session. So the session will pick up again at 1:30 p.m., so you have a nice long lunch. For people who are speakers or panelists or panel chairs, please stick around so that we can take a picture. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you after lunch.
show the way, oh Lord. Don't leave me on my own. It's hard on me alone when nothing's going right, when living and believing is a fight. Don't leave me all alone. Why can't I live without you? Why? again we sit in silence. After all is said and done, only emptiness inside us. Baby, look what we've become. We can make a million promises, but we still won't used to be crazy in love. Can we go back to how it was? When did you get too comfortable? 'Cause I'm too good for that, I'm too good for that. Just remember that. Hey, I ain't gonna be cooking all day. I ain't your mama. Hey, I ain't gonna do your laundry. I ain't your mama. Hey, I ain't your mama. No, 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 I ain't your mama. No, no. When you gonna get your act together? 'Cause I ain't your mama. Hey, I ain't gonna be cooking all day. I ain't your mama. I ain't gonna do your laundry. 'Cause I ain't your mama. Hey, I ain't your mama. No, 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 I ain't your mama. No, no, no. When you gonna get your act together? I ain't your mama. No, 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 I ain't your mama. No. Man, I can understand how it might be kinda hard to love a girl like me. I don't blame you much for wanting to be free. I just wanted you to know.
Swiss told me let the beat rock. For all my Southside niggas that know me best, I feel like me and Taylor might still have sex. Why? I made that bitch famous. Goddamn. I made that bitch famous. For all the girls that got dick from Kanye West.
my hands to myself. No matter how hard I'm trying to, I want you all to myself. Your metaphorical gin and juice. So come on, give me a taste of what it's like to be next to you. Won't let one drop go to waste. Your metaphorical gin and juice. Oh, 'cause all of the downs and the uppers keep making love to each other. And I'm trying. All of the downs and the uppers keep making love to each other. And I'm trying, but I can't keep my hands to myself. Hands to myself. Can't keep my hands to myself. Hands to myself. The doctors say you're no good, but people say what they wanna say. And you should know if I could, I'd breathe you in every single day. Oh, 'cause all of the downs and the uppers keep making love to each other. And I'm trying. All of the downs and the uppers keep making love to each other. And I'm trying, but I can't keep my hands to myself. Hands to myself. Can't else don't faze me. Can you be my one and only sunshine lady? No, if no, maybe. Hey, baby. I'm just sipping on chamomile, watching boys and girls and the sex appeal. With a stranger in my face who says he knows my mom and went to my high school. All the boys say, hey, baby, hey, baby, hey. Girls say, hey, baby, hey, baby, hey. Yellow diamonds in the light, and we're standing side by side as a shadow crosses mine. What it takes to come alive. It's the way I'm feeling, I just can't deny. But I gotta let it go. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless shine a light through an open door. Love and life, our real divide. Turn away 'cause I need you more. Feel the heartbeat in my mind. It's the way I'm feeling, I just can't deny. But I gotta let it go. We found love in a hopeless place. 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 Yellow diamonds in the light, and we're standing side by side as a shadow crosses mine. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless It's all I wanna do, so won't you dance? I'm standing here with you, why won't you move? I'll get inside your groove, 'cause I'm on fire.
Right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sarah Blythe from the University of Cape Town, and I'm very happy to welcome you to the middle session of this SKAO special event. And our first speaker of the session will be Nontobeko Mnyandu, explaining how to deliver the SKA dishes.
Good afternoon, everybody, and happy Women's Day to the ladies in the house. So, my name is Nontobeko, as mentioned, and I will be giving you just an overview on how, basically, the activities involved in managing delivery of the SKA telescopes. So, I'll just do a little bit of a recap on the mission, the facilities of the SKAO, as well as then touch on the delivering activities that is involved there, and then I'll cover the progress and the status. So a little bit of recap for those that were not attending the initial session. Our mission, SKAO's mission, really is to build and operate a cutting-edge radio telescope to transform, our understanding of the universe, as well as to deliver benefits to society through global collaboration and innovation. So a bit of recap as well, is we have one observatory, 2 telescopes in 3 continents. And it is, SKAO is the world's second intergovernmental organization that's dedicated to astronomy. And the work of SKAO is really achieved through, commitments from various member states that are doing all the good work in support of this initiative. So as mentioned, the 3 facilities is the headquarters based in the UK, as well as the MID telescope being built here in South Africa, and the LOW telescope being built in Australia. Yet another recap, I won't cover everything on this particular slide. The baseline for the MID telescope is 197, and obviously covers frequency band of 350 to 15.4 gigahertz. And then for LOW, obviously being built in Australia, consists of 131,000 logic periodic antennas that are spread over 512 stations, as well as the obviously the frequency ranges of 50 up to 350 megahertz. So, coming to the delivery aspect of this project, the structure for delivering this is I'll simply divide it into 3. The first aspect is work that is executed internally within the organization. It's basically involves specialist engineering, contract management aspects, as well as assembly, integration, and verification activities. In addition to that, within SKAO, there are various business enabling activities that take place, which are vital in ensuring that the construction work progresses as expected. And then the other aspect is work that is done externally to the organization, and that is the work that's contracted to various member states and various other contractors. That includes product delivery, as well as product support and professional services that get involved in this. So this is just a picture to just show that we are really working with people, doing this amazing work. And then this particular slide aims to just show you an idea of what the organization structure looks like, right from the portfolio level to the telescope delivery teams that get involved, including the product delivery teams and various contractors and contract work that integrate into this. It is quite a complex organization, and this is just also to highlight the level of complexity and the challenges associated with delivering both telescopes. We've got, agile release trains that are supporting work for MID, It shows the diversity in terms of the organization, the countries in which work is collaborated across for the delivery of both telescopes. So how's this work being delivered? So in contracting aspects, we have various types of contracts, cash and in-kind, contracts that are being awarded to our member states. So for product deliveries, as I've mentioned, as well as services provided, we hire lots of, we contract some of the, specialist engineering activities as well. SKO has adopted NEC for suites of contracts, which are sort of, useful in delivering this kind of work. So it goes from, engineering construction contracts right up to the professional services short contracts, as well as framework that are put into place. And NEC, in its nature, encourages the spirit of, acting in the spirit of mutual trust and collaboration. Sorry, I smile because this is one of the key things that is being hammered almost on a daily basis within the organization, acting on the spirit of mutual trust and collaboration. Additional to that, NEC4 provides essentially a very well-structured way of managing contracts in general, such as the ones that we are managing in SKO telescopes. So the other aspect of that is the enabling systems. As I've mentioned, these are key to us actually progressing the work that's been done. And one of the tools that I've sort of highlighted there was the SIMA, which is also, NEC-based principles that are already embedded in, that tool. So just a sneak peek on what's happening there in some of the things that we work on. So managing delivery, there's various aspects that needs to be considered for this contract. If you've listened to the earlier talks, you would understand that it's not just the telescope or the end products that we're focusing on. There's various other aspects that we need to be keeping at the back of our mind, from fair work return to actual products to the local engagements. And in our thinking, we need to have a holistic view of, what it is that is needed to deliver this so that the communities benefit, as well as the scientists who is our end user for this product. So how do we manage alignment of construction efforts? So we implement various product controls activities to ensure that there's coherence in project deliveries. We focus on, obviously, project performances, prioritizing, as well as feeding back to various of our stakeholders who, to a certain extent, fund some of these activities. At project level, there's alignment in terms of, monthly reporting that ensures that, we measure our progress against our key performance indicators, as well as, again, communicating to various people so that everybody is aware of where we are and when we're going. And then in addition to that, at project level as well, we have program increments that we work together in ensuring that we align in terms of prioritization of work that needs to be performed. This is mainly based on our safe practices, and it ensures that everybody knows that what is priorities going forward. Addition to that, there's various engagements that takes place at product delivery level, where various interactions with various of our contractors in ensuring that work actually gets done, risks are actually being mitigated, and status and issues are actually being dealt with. So that happens at a product delivery as well as the telescope delivery levels. In addition to that, in how we ensure that what is delivered aligns with the SKA objective, we have a focus in systems engineering. Excuse me. This ensures that we've got the the requirements that we're trying to deliver against, they properly defined, and they flow down to various levels of the systems that we're building, and that there's traceability on the requirements to the main level requirements of the telescopes. And then we also ensure, systems engineering ensures that there's an unambiguity way of referring to the telescope parts. We know which system is called what, and it ensures that there's control between telescope components and systems, and management of various interfaces is done in a structured way. And it also ensures that there is compatibility between products that are being delivered. There's also an aspect of verification compliance that is being managed when we're focusing on systems engineering activities. Also ensures the management of engineering changes. Thank you for the time warning. And then what are some of the key challenges in delivery? So the telescope is already a complex system that we're trying to build, and from my talk, I'm not going to focus on the complications, or at least the challenges associated with building up the system, rather the management aspect of it. So the first thing is the management of risk. Most of the risks that we have identified, that get identified, are within the contract space, as well as the ones that are outside of that. And decision is made based on the risk and the complexity and the impact, whether to raise that at higher levels within the organization. The other aspect is managing changes in the project. There's various changes that arise for many different reasons, and SKO implements a formal change management control process that facilitates proper assessments of changes and ensuring that implementation is done on a timely basis, all with the support of various parties within the organization, ensuring that that progresses and gets implemented on time. And then the last one is keeping our eyes on the prize. So it's a major project. SKA hires lots of expertise, and people are capable of doing amazing things. So trying as far as possible to ensure that everybody is sticking to the script to a certain extent, and ensuring that we focus on what it is that we're trying to deliver. And then the other aspect of that, we're keeping our values obviously at the forefront of what we do, in ensuring that work is executed accordingly. And then, so I think most of people have seen this slide from previous presenters. System ITF has, as well as PSI facilities are established, and they are being obviously utilized at this point in time, so that's the progress. And then the majority of contracts, about 90%, have been already awarded to date. We've seen a nice video of the big lift that is taking place, which is great progress. And we've done various tests on the signal chain within the ITF environment for both mid and low, and then the latest status on the 4 stations that have been populated as well, with various antennas on each. And then in terms of where we're going, upcoming milestones, again, this is not a new slide. We've seen that, upcoming, the nearest, obviously, milestone that we're looking at is the A0.5 for the low telescope. And we also talked about the end of, construction of the initial stage delivery towards, first quarter of 2028. That's it.
Do we have questions? I think everyone's digesting. Oh, there's one at the back.
So what keeps you up at night?
So I had a slide of, the sync movement of people. The reality is that things are changing, and they're changing at a rapid pace within the organization. We've got lots of interdependencies. So trying to get that balance is key, and yeah, it does keep me up at night. You have people supplying products early, some people supplying product late. It's finding that balance.
Thanks very much, Nontobeko.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Wendy Williams, talking to us about SKA science.
Great, thank you. So first off, it's very exciting to be here back in South Africa with the IAU here. Very exciting that it's here for the first time on the African continent. I did my undergraduate and master's studies here in Cape Town, so that's why it's particularly exciting for me to be here. And now actually talking about the science that the SKA will do when it comes online. We have a forward view of the next slide. Got presenter view to the other speakers. So there's so much science that the SKA will be able to do, and it's really hard for me to do this justice. I know there's people in the audience who are experts in some of the things that I'm going to say here, and I, of course, will bring my own personal bias to the particular science areas that I might choose to focus on in this talk. And just to acknowledge the other members of the science team, so I'm a project scientist at the headquarters in the UK, and some of the slides here have also been contributed by other members of our team. So once again, you've seen this before, but just a brief reminder what we're building 2 telescopes that will span the range of the electromagnetic spectrum all the way from 50 megahertz up to 15 gigahertz, from the low telescope to the mid telescope in South Africa. There'll be a bit of a gap in frequency range for now in the mid-range. And you've seen this slide already in this morning's session, but what this just shows you is a map of the sensitivity over projected time into the future and how this will ramp up over time. And just the thing to highlight here, as was discussed about the stage delivery plan, that it's with the coming of array assembly number 2, where the SKA will become competitive with the current best telescopes in the world right now. Does the laser work? But you can see the horizontal lines there, the sensitivities of telescopes like the JVLA, GMRT, and LOFAR in the low frequencies. So this is when we'll start to see, Shari will talk about this some more, science verification data that's competitive with the best state of the art right now. So just a reminder of this, Nonto had this statement up as well. And what I want to pick out on this particular slide is the transformer understanding of the universe. SKA science spans a broad range of science, but one of the particular things and one of the key drivers of the development of the design of the telescope, why it needs to be a square kilometer, is mapping out hydrogen over the age of the universe, in particular looking at hydrogen at about a redshift of 1, so it's about half the age of the universe. But it will enable transformational science to be done across the board. Many of you have actually seen these books. The SKA Science is kind of encapsulated in these 2 giant volumes of books over, I can't quite see the small print down there, 2,000 pages with contributions from 30 countries. It's just a QR code and link to the website. These are available online as well, so you don't have to drag around 4 kilograms or more of books. But this was a snapshot of the science case as it was 10 years ago now. And part of the work we're doing in the coming year, and actually the science community will be contributing to, is to provide some updates to this book. Update the science chapters as they were, taking into account all the wonderful science that's been done with precursor Pathfinder instruments over the past 10 years, but also including new science cases. There's things that actually weren't even envisaged 10 years ago. And just to advertise briefly, we'll be having the general SKA science meeting next year, in about a year's time, in 16th to 20th of June next year, in Görlitz in Germany. This is the site of the new Deutsche Zentrum for Astrophysik. So the science case covers a broad range of activities, and some of the best ways to be involved as a scientist in the community is to join our science working groups. We have 14 science working groups, and you can imagine if I wanted to talk about all 14 different cases, I've only got a 12-minute talk, so I could never do justice to everything here. But these span the full breadth of science. You've seen this slide already, covering the 14 different science working groups. And the science working groups provide a forum for discussion, primarily planning towards key science projects in the future. They're not KSPs, but they'll facilitate the development of key science projects. They facilitate discussions among the community and provide an interface between the community and the observatory itself. And just to note that membership is open to anyone in the community, not just to member countries. And do take a look on our website. We now have a form that will point you to the chairs of the science working groups. I actually see some of the current chairs and previous chairs in the audience. Just a couple of points to clarify. No time is yet allocated for any project yet on the SKA. It will all go through a formal time allocation process, and time will be allocated based on scientific merit and paying attention to member share. So in what time I have left, I just want to highlight a couple of the science topics that the SKA will cover. And this is broad. This goes everything from the formation of planets, how does life form in the universe, how do the particular molecules that are required for life form, how do planets form, how do stars form, growing up to how do galaxies form, how does the whole universe as itself come to be, and how does structure come together over the age of the universe. So I did mention already that one of the primary goals of the SKA was to look at hydrogen. And the extensive range of frequency that the SKA will have, both in low and mid, enables us to study hydrogen from the earliest ages of the universe, where it's actually redshifted down into the lowest frequencies, the 50 megahertz range of the SKA low. And using line intensity mapping, we'll actually be able to map out the neutral hydrogen structure in the universe and how it comes together and coalesces over time to form into galaxies. And using, using SKA mid, we'll be able to look in detail at the hydrogen structure of galaxies in the nearby universe and map out exactly how much hydrogen there is in the universe, because this is important, because this is the fuel that forms stars. Of course, one of the topics all scientists, all astrophysicists get asked usually is, what about magnetic fields? And when you're not ignoring them, there are people whose actual focus it is to study the magnetic fields in so many different scales of astrophysics, right down from protoplanetary disks all the way up to magnetic fields in the actual intracluster medium, and how this affects the formation of structure in the universe. And there's many different tools that we use to do this, using things like Faraday rotation, just measuring polarization using our radio telescopes, and special techniques such as Zeeman splitting. So we'll be able to make maps of different rotation measure across the sky, going to much higher source density than any of the existing telescopes these days. And one of the things that quite excites me is the potential to actually directly measure magnetic fields in the medium between galaxy clusters in this cosmic web. I had to take a bunch of slides out to be able to fit in time, but this is something that's dear to my own heart. It's my personal bias. Is one of the workhorses of radio astronomy is just doing continuum surveys, and this is hugely powerful because it allows us to look at both the formation of stars and galaxies, as well as the supermassive black holes in their centers, and look at this over the history of the universe and see how these two things affect each other. Sort of closely related to doing continuum surveys is cosmology, and there's a huge range of topics that the SKA will open up in doing cosmology, answering questions to do with dark matter, dark energy, and how actually the structure of the universe comes to grow and evolve. And one thing to highlight here is that there's many new future optical surveys, and the work of the radio is hugely complementary to this, as it provides, by joining the two together, you get rid of a lot of the systematics that are present in either of the two surveys. But switching track now from the very, very large scale to smaller scales, the SKA, in particular MID, with its very high resolution at the highest frequency end, will be able to probe in detail how stars are formed, how the gas changes in its processes from atomic to molecular, and how different stages of ionization affect the formation of stars. And in particular, using techniques such as looking at masers to map in detail the velocities of gas clouds as stars are born. Another topic within this area is then looking in detail how within the disks around the formation of stars, you actually get to have planets forming. And the radio telescope ALMA has made huge strides forward in this, but the SKA, particularly the high bands of MID, will really enable new scales to be studied. So looking at how the very small dust grains that are probed by ALMA actually come back and compactify together. Compactify, I'm not sure if that's a word, to build bigger and bigger centimeter-sized grains, and eventually how those come to form together to build actual planets. And speaking of planets, one of the somewhat newer areas within radio science is actually the possibility to detect directly exoplanets. And this is some particular work that's been done with LOFAR and will be a big case for the SKA low, is to detect exoplanets where you have interactions with the magnetic fields and you have things like auroral emission that's similar to what we see on Jupiter. Another very new topic in radio astronomy has been fast radio bursts. These are, apart from the mystery of what they actually are, trying to understand that, they're very useful probes of the matter that lies between them and us, and actually being able to, through the dispersion measure how much charged particles are actually present in the medium between us, and actually directly map the amount of baryons that they are. One of the bigger science cases, going back to the development and driving the design of the SKA, has been to study pulsars. In many ways, just from understanding the pulsars themselves, but to also understanding things like general relativity in very, very much detail. These are very, very accurate clocks. And then also using these very accurate clocks to actually detect gravitational waves. And the SKA, in its ability to measure gravitational waves, probes gravitational waves that are on very different scales to the very exciting optical interferometry, both ground-based and space-based experiments that have been done. And the precursors just last year are getting tantalizingly close to an actual detection. They still only have evidence for a detection. So this will be hugely exciting with the SKA. Just in my final minute, I want to promote some of the work that the SKA science team is doing to prepare the science community is through these science data challenges. And over the past number of years, we've steadily progressed from doing continuum images, where the challenge has been to detect sources, through H1 spectral line cubes, again to detect the H1 sources. And the most current challenge has been an epoch of reionization cube, where we've actually simulated visibilities. And the challenge has been to subtract the foreground and measure the power spectrum of the H1 in the earliest universe. And we're looking forward to doing the next challenge, which will be on the topic of magnetism. So do take a look at the web pages and speak to us if you're interested in more about this. This has been done in collaboration with the science working groups again. So I just want to leave you with the conclusions. There's a brief timeline. Shari is going to talk more about the timelines to when you actually might get science later on in this decade. So thank you.
Thanks, Wendy. Do we have some questions from the floor?
Thanks for the great talk. You mentioned that some of the very first SKA data will become available around for AA2, 2026, 2027. Could you describe maybe the thinking around that and what the current plan is regarding making that data available?
I think Shari is going to be the best one to talk about that. Her whole talk will be about the timelines to science, and I think, do you want to take that, Shari, now?
Yeah, can you wait until this afternoon, Christine? Thanks very much.
Any further questions? Can I ask one as the chair? Can you maybe expand a little bit on the process for how the rewrite of, well, not the rewrite, the addition to the science case is planned to go?
Yes. It varies a little bit because some of it is being done and coordinated through the science working groups. We do also have on the website now a call for expressions of interest if there are particularly people outside the community already to submit just an interest that they have a new science case maybe that isn't written about yet. And then that will be discussed with the science working group chairs, and they'll be invited to submit or join forces with people already working on similar things. I'm not sure if I've quite covered everything there.
Thanks.
Yes, but once again, if you are interested in that, science working groups, join the conversation, speak to your chairs. If you're interested in contributing to new science cases or developing existing ones further.
Right, thanks very much, Wendy. Our next speaker will be Sharmila Goodhart, talking to us about SKAO operations.
Okay, now that I've done the balancing act of getting up here. Welcome, thank you for joining us this afternoon. So don't seem to have my slide up yet. Anyway, I am the head of science operations for SKA Mid. And I'm just going to tell you a little bit more about how are we going to manage to fit together all of this wonderful, of course there's a clicker. How Wendy told you about all of the multitude of science cases that we have that we are going to try to observe. But first of all, the team that's going to be delivering all of this lovely data to you, currently really small, but we are working towards, by the time we hit full operation stage, we're looking at a global science team of about 50 people. And we have lots of vacancies at the moment and vacancies coming up. So, please keep an eye out, go and check out our recruitment portal, but Sherry will also tell you more about that later. Right, yeah, so we're building it to be flexible. As you know, we have 2 telescopes which span a very wide wavelength range from 50 megahertz to 15.4 gigahertz. We have a lot of antennas, so we can do multiple subarraying. The correlator is very flexible. We can do imaging, non-imaging, all sorts of things. So I'll unpack that a little bit further for you in this talk. But yeah, the thing to remember though is that we are ultimately resource limited. So we can do quite a large combination of different modes together, but it also comes at a cost. You still have compute equipment and data storage that needs to be taken into account as well. So I think you've seen this multiple times now, so I'm just going to skip over the low, mid. Just to remind you of the bands that are currently available on mid. Right, so commensality. So this is the Tetris puzzle. How do you fit all of your science cases together in an efficient manner? One person might be wanting to look at a continuum region, some sort of continuum emitting region. But that same region, say if you look at the galactic plane, it's going to be crowded. There's going to be lots of interesting things going on there. Maybe somebody else wants to look at the neutral hydrogen content. Somebody else wants to look at radio recombination lines. Somebody else wants to observe a pulsar that might happen to be in the field. Somebody else wants to look at the mazes around that supernova remnant that the pulsar, that was the result of the, well, that produced the pulsar, sorry. So we've got multiple options on data processing, on commensality. I cannot see the text at all, so I'll try to remember what's going on. And part of this also, one of the major deliverables for the science operations team currently is figuring out what does the community want, how can we fit it all together. So we're going through a year in the life planning, where we try to, we are engaging with the science community to figure out what can be done, what do you want to do, that sort of thing. But ultimately, the responsibility for fitting that Tetris blocks together falls with the science operations team. So, observing modes, as I said, you can do continuum over quite a wide range of channelization, down to, actually pretty fine, up to fairly coarse. You've got a range of integration types that you can run at. On top of that, you can also do spectral lines. You could have multiple zoom windows and all your favorite spectral lines. You can also do pulsar search. We can form quite a lot of beams. SKA low is a little bit more limited on the number of beams. We can also do pulsar timing. Again, up to, I think it's four tide array beams. And also, dynamic spectrum. So again, with your beam-formed data, we could produce time binned and frequency binned data for you that just flows through. Or we can just flow through voltages with minimum processing from the correlator side for further processing further downstream. We will also be supporting VLBI, and there will be a transient buffer that will buffer voltages, which can then be triggered to image in the past based on any sub-trigger that is received from our partner observatories or from the PIs. Right, the Tetris blocks start falling faster and faster. We have 16 independent we could do up to 16 independent subarrays on both telescopes. If you go to SKA low, I think Kath mentioned it earlier, you can also form substations at each station to form a beam on a specific part of the sky, and then cross-correlate that with other stations as well. So, so you could actually, with low, do high-resolution imaging across a number of parts of the sky at once. So we have templates that people can play with, but Nicole will be telling you more about that in the next talk. So I'll leave that for her. So the operational model. This is different from what you might be used to. And we're probably going to tell you something that makes you feel very uneasy. But okay, so it starts with the standard way. You propose for time. We figure out what you need. You will also have to propose for resources needed to process the data. And also specify what you need from the SRC net. After that, we do the Tetris shuffling. We observe your favorite sources. The data can sit up, we expect that the data could sit at the STP for up to 2 weeks before being fully processed and passing QA. Once the data is past QA, we can't keep it. The data are too big, so they will be deleted. Sorry, I'd say the visibility data, pardon me. So yeah, so we have to get it right the first time. So those data products, the observation level data products, are then pushed through to the SRC net, and Rosie will tell you more about that. So, right, so, and there will be workplace templates, workflow templates provided to you. And yeah, so you'll hear more about that there. But the SRC net is where you will be processing and analyzing your data, because even at this reduced level, it will be too big to handle on your laptop. Okay, so types of proposals and projects. When you do see our proposal preparation tool, you will see multiple categories. So we've got key science projects. So these are large projects. We haven't quite decided exactly where the barriers are, where the boundaries are, and what the proportions will be. But, you know, yeah, so roughly the numbers in pink are what we're currently thinking. So these key science projects will be the sort of large legacy survey type things that we're talking about, but they will have to be proposed for. And each year when the call for proposals goes out, the criteria will be specified. And we expect it will change as things evolve with the observatory. There will also be your standard PI type projects, small teams, smaller projects, as well as director's discretionary time for things that fall between cycles, that sort of thing. And then on top of that, you can also say, okay, target of opportunity, I'll tell you what the triggers are, let's observe where that trigger gets met. There might be long-term projects that go across multiple proposal cycles. There might be joint projects that need low and mid at the same time. So we would need to know that in order to do our planning. And also, we could also coordinate with other wavelength telescopes to get your full multi-messenger sites. Yeah, so the access is proportional to member shares, and there will be a small amount of open time as well. And just mentioning again, yeah, so coordinated projects. We have an MOU with the Cherenkov Telescope Array and a signed cooperation agreement with ESO. So we are definitely exploring synergies with these two large observatories, and well, we'll see how it develops, but definitely if you need to do multi-wavelength sites, we could support you with that. And I think that's all from me, actually.
Thanks, Shamila. Any questions? Over here and over here.
Hi, thanks a lot for the nice talk. I have a question about the operational model. So in particular, you mentioned that the user will need to specify the data products that they need. So how is the observatory planning to decide which data products and how these will be obtained?
We're working through that, so there will be, as we go forward, you will find on the proposal preparation tool, there will be various standard products that you could select, and you could potentially also fine-tune it. You can definitely fine-tune your imaging parameters, for instance. But you know, you have a standard set of observatory level data products, and there may be other additional data products that you might want to form for your project, and those are handled at the SRC.
Quick follow-up?
Am I right to understand that science verification will be used to actually figure this out and perhaps engage the community on how to develop the data products? Thanks.
Yeah, that would be one of those.
I think there was one over here. Lister?
Yeah. Standing in the spotlight.
Yep, thanks for that. Could you
I can't see you.
Yeah, I'm over here. Key science projects are a large percentage of the allocation of the SKA. Could you say a bit more about when the calls might be, what the cadence between the calls might be, etc.?
that's probably a bit above my pay grade, but I'd say, you know, once we've done once we've gone through science verification and early science, I think we'll have more clarity on all of that.
Hello. I think that I'll show a little bit in my talk about, mine is a timeline to science this afternoon, and obviously there are a few things that I need to answer in that talk. One of which will be the planning towards KSPs, and at the moment you'll see in my very beautiful timeline, it's got big fuzzy balls, just to make sure that it's not too precise, that the KSP planning, sorry, I've just upset all of the girls at the front. The KSP planning will start around 2027, we can imagine, between 2027 and 2029. It would be really great to have done some science verification before we tell you as a community what exactly you'll be able to access for the first set of KSPs, to make sure that we can actually do the thing that you want to do. So it will be on my timeline, and I'll tell you a bit more about it later.
We have time for another one. There's another hand over here. Oh, wait, sorry, there was one there first, and then there.
Yeah. Sorry, Shamila, could you explain the difference between open time on your, I think your last slide? Or second to last, maybe.
Yeah.
Thanks. So the bottom line, access proportional to member share, small amount of open time. Could you clarify what open time is in that instance?
Open time would be access to those who are not part of any of the membership countries or collaborations.
And the last one over here? Or, oh, that was the question. Excellent. We've got time for one more if anyone has a burning question. Over here.
Thank you. So there's been some observatories like ALMA has done almost community observing for science verification. We also, of course, the Hubble Deep Field has done essentially a huge community project that's had great legacy. Are there any thoughts of doing something like that early on? I guess not.
Yeah, I've not been working that much with the science working groups, but definitely you want to go as deep as you can, as soon as you can, right? So anything that's an increment on, what we already have will be good.
Hello.
Yeah, that. Talk to that woman.
I mean, it's true that at the moment we don't actually envisage too many observatory-led projects and community-led as what you're talking about. But actually, I mean, one of the things that we're going to have to do really early on is develop a sky model. And so you could imagine that is going to be a really interesting legacy data product in itself.
Right, thanks very much, Shamila. And our next speaker will be Nicole Cunningham, telling us how to get involved in the SKAO.
Okay, while the slides are coming up, I'll introduce myself. I'm Nicole Cunningham. I'm an operations scientist based at the headquarters at Jodrell Bank in the UK. So I'm going to talk to you today about how you as the community can get involved right now with the SKA. And so I'll just go through some of these ways to get involved. I'll just briefly mention again that, as Wendy nicely pointed out, there is the science working groups. And they're open to self-nominations, so anyone in the community is welcome to join those. The science data challenges. And so I'm going to focus on this talk a bit more about how you can provide feedback on some of the documentation we already have, how you can start using the tools that we have, and then things like the sensitivity calculators, and then I'll just finish on some of the future opportunities. And so everything I'm going to talk about is in this web page on our website. So through the Science User portal, there's a QR code with a link to this here. We have the current SKA tools. And so here, just going into the sensitivity calculator, so if you go there, you click on on the little tab there, takes you to a page with some information. You have the links here to both the SKA low and the SKA mid sensitivity calculator. So if we click on and go into the mid, this is what the sensitivity calculator looks like through that website. It's currently accessible. You can go on here and click on this. You can toggle between low and mid in the top. You can, if you so wish, change the color to between light and dark mode. You can switch between advanced on and off if you also want to have a look at more deeper parameters. If we stick on mid, you have the drop down here with the different frequency bands available. The array assemblies, the configuration, so the different arrays that are there, and also then gives you the number of antennas within each of those. You can choose your favorite source. Currently, we have the functionality of the continuum and the zoom window accordions. The PSS, the pulsar side of things for the sensitivity calculator is coming. So you can click on the continuum. You can, as an astronomer, put in your bunch of parameters. We also have the functionality, again, for the zoom window. So you have, you can put in your integration times, frequencies, and then you can click calculate, and you will get your things like sensitivity, PSF coming out of there. You can then reset that. And so this functionality will be going into the proposal submission tool. And one of the key things is this little question mark up here. This takes you to the current documentation on this. And this is the first version. We're adding functionality. So we really want your feedback on this. You can go in this document, find out more about the parameters, and you can add comments directly onto this. We want, if there's things that you don't understand, that are not clear, or you want extra things, please come in this document and give us that. Or you can email us. So the PsyOps email, we really welcome your feedback on these tools. And so I'll talk a little bit now about the stage delivery array assemblies and the subarrays. And so we, through this website, we also have a lot of documentation that we're developing now. And so one of the main goals of this document is really to provide the community with a single point of reference that describes the 5 array assemblies from science verification through to the design baseline or AA4. And one of the key things with this document is it provides information about the antennas, the list of antennas within each of those array assemblies, and also their coordinates. And this is useful going forward in the next few slides I'll have, where if you want to start making your own custom subarrays and pulling that information out, this is the document that will lead you to that information. And then so going into the subarray templates library, so one of the incredible things about the SKA telescope is that you can have these 16 subarrays, so we can have these independent subarrays pointing at different directions on the sky. And this is great for multiple, commensality, observing multiple different parts of the sky at the same time. But it also adds a lot of complexity. And so as a first draft of this and how we can split up those subarrays that would best suit your science needs, we have created this document that creates 26 templates for SKA low and 27 for SKA mid, both for AA star and AA4. And so this is the first version of this template. It was based on feedback with the science working groups. And one of the things I really want to stress is that we want your feedback on this document. We want you to go in there and tell us if, I can't do my science with the current subarrays, or there's subarrays that you're likely to use. And so we've set up this questionnaire, and the QR code is down there again for this. So we really want you to, help us refine these subarrays that we've already defined, or possibly add new ones if we need to add those in for you. So just to, highlight what the subarrays are in this context of what I'm talking about, and a little bit of information about what is in this document. And so this is the footprint of the mid-full AA4. So the little diamonds here would be an antenna with kilometers on the X and Y axis. And so, maybe your science needs the full array, but not all science will need the full array. So we've split the subarray templates into basically 3 sets. We had distance-based, so maybe you only need the inner 2 kilometers to do your science. So again, This is the footprint of the AA star array within 2 kilometers. Also, you may want to split the subarray, have 2 subarrays working simultaneously. So this will allow you to do large area monitoring, pointing your dishes in different directions while keeping a similar PSF and UV coverage. Or maybe you just want to take 4 dishes out and observe the sun, do some solar monitoring. So all of those subarrays are within that document, are defined in there, and for each of those 53 subarrays for AA star and AA4, we also provide snapshot UV coverage, 4 hours, plots of the 4-hour UV coverage, and plots of the PSF with different image weighting, so you can have an idea about how your UV coverage and PSF would look for a given subarray template. And so that's all in that documentation. As mentioned with SKA low, you also, within that 256 dipole antennas we have the ability to split those up, so which would be substations. So we have a substation template document which is coming imminently in the next week, and that will be again on that website. And so what this allows you is access to shorter baseline lengths, so a larger field of view, but at the cost of reduced sensitivity and reduced instantaneous bandwidth with SKA low. And an example of having so if you have 4 substations, that would give you an 18-meter diameter. And at the bottom, we have that template within the subarray template document. So you can see what the UV coverage and PSF would look like within the array with that substation. And then, so alongside the staged array delivery document and the subarray document, we also have a subarray simulation tool. And so this is an SKO GitLab repository. It's open access. We encourage users, if they have functionality, that they can merge that and push that up to the GitLab area. We have a bunch of Jupyter notebooks, again, available through that website. And what this allows you to do, so we already have those 53 subarray templates available and defined in there. So you can, this is for the Large Magellanic Cloud. This would be 5 minutes of UV coverage if you put that coordinate in. So it allows you to customize basically the subarrays to see what you would get out of them. And if those 53 subarrays are not what you need, you can then also create custom subarrays because you can query the antenna coordinates and put those positions in. And so this allows you to put your favorite source in and see with different elevation limits. So this would be 5 hours of UV coverage with SKA mid, AA4. And so this, allows you to basically tailor this to your required science needs. One thing you can also do with this is then you can pull that information out into a format that can then go through the CASA SimUtil tools so that you could create some simulated observations. And the goal of all of this is to really help you plan your future projects with the SKA. And so I'll just briefly mention some of the, looking to the future. So that's things that you can really get involved with now. And then looking to the future, because, the future is now, and it's coming pretty quickly at us. We have things like science verification, which Shari is going to talk about in the next section. We really want the astronomy community to be closely involved with that. Things like target selection, the data will be publicly available. Also within the release of documents, so similar to what I've just discussed with the subarray memos, we really want to stress that these are first versions of this. We want to use this to drive, these documents to drive discussions with the community so we can put what you want in there to do your science. And so we have, the substation template document will be imminently released, things like the transient guide. Also with SDP pipeline testing, which Danielle will talk about, input on the SRCnet development, things like involvement in the science analysis platforms, And then the science data challenges, the one ongoing, and then the future challenges. So there's a lot that the community can be involved with now and in the future. And so I'll just finish with this slide, because if you take away nothing from this talk, please take away this. Go to this website, interact with our tools, read the documentation, send us emails if there's things we're missing and you want in there. These are really the first stages, and we want to engage the community in these documents and as we move forward. And so the QR link is there, and I will finish there. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Nicole. I think there's a question over here in the front.
Thanks, Nicole. That was great. So as somebody who's trying to rehash and refresh users' guides and such for a much simpler telescope, a lot of the feedback that I'm getting is that documentation will never be read by the majority of users. So I was wondering if SKAO has thought about this, has other plans of disseminating that information to the community, like videos, and how many other languages are you going to offer it in?
That's a good question, and I'm not sure we've really fixed on those. I mean, I agree with you that I think the videos are really a great tool. I mean, the plan is to have these videos, they're on the YouTube, I think, being on YouTube now, being broadcast. So I think the plan is to have this information in videos as well, but it is a good point, and I don't think we have really the answers yet for that. Yeah, thank you.
Question over here in the front.
Thanks for that. You briefly popped up the transient guide. Can you elaborate a little bit on what a transient guide is going to be?
So I think it will basically cover things like the policy of how long from things being detected to when we observe them, information on transient buffer, so along those lines. But I'm not sure the whole breadth of what that will include. So it's, maybe come and talk to us at the reception drinks afterwards.
Another question? As chair, I'll ask one. I think it's great that SKAO is wanting the input from the community, especially on all your documents. Is that going to be fed through to the science working groups to get broader participation?
Yeah, I mean, so the things like the subarray simulation tool and the subarray template guides, we've already, had the given talks about those to the science working groups. So we have really, we've sent the feedback forms and the information out to those. So yeah, we're encouraging not only from the science working groups, but anyone that is not a part of those to also get involved. So we are including the science working groups as we move with those.
Great. Right, I think we can thank Nicole. Our next speaker is Danielle Fennick, and she'll be speaking about SKAO pipeline development.
So, I'm assuming, yes, the mic is now on. Fantastic. Slides are not there, though. Okay, right, so yes, thank you very much. I'm Danielle Fennick, and I am one of the software product managers that works at the SKAO, and following on from all of the talks that we've had so far, explaining all about the magnificent progress with building the telescope and all of the amazing science that the SKAO is going to do, both mid and low telescopes. I'm going to talk to you a bit about the software development that's essentially going to be supporting all of that. And just to kind of state my claim in the sand right at the beginning, the SKA telescopes are fundamentally software telescopes. They are driven by software in every aspect of the operation, so the control and monitoring of the system, the correlation, the beamforming, but actually specifically for the SKA telescopes, it includes all of the system calibration and the data processing as well. Some of that will happen in real time and have to be fed back into the system as it goes. But the paradigm shift here really, I think, is that the science data processing is going to be something that happens as part of the telescope operations. And specifically, one of the subsystems involved in this, the science data processor, which will be responsible for the bulk of the data processing and, as has been mentioned previously, the delivery of the data products to the SRCs, it's going to operate as a schedulable resource. And I'll discuss a little bit further about what that means in terms of what it does and how we develop the software. Hopefully you're not all too sick of this slide already, but to just kind of keep nailing it home. The SDP is one of the subsystems that is in the science processing centres in Cape Town and Perth, and will receive all of the data, quite a lot of data from the central signal processor. We will then process all of that data scientifically and pass on the data products through then to the regional centres. I'm not going to touch much on the regional centres beyond that. Rosie's going to speak shortly, and she will explain all about those and what they're doing. But in terms of those data products then, what are we actually delivering? So there's a couple of levels of what we consider to be observatory data products. The first of which is the observatory level data products, which is effectively a representation of a single observation, actually an execution of a scheduling block to give it the sort of official description per se. And will represent then the data products produced as a function of that observation. There will be then project level data products. Obviously, people are going to want to do some magnificent science that's going to require more than just a single observation. So they then will be produced additionally, so as a combination of effectively the observatory level data products. And then there's the advanced ones, which are the things that are going to be put together and provided as part of what will happen in the SRC network. And again, I'm handing over to Rosie for that one. And again, just a reminder, the data products, never mind the data, are large. We are very much a big data project from that perspective. But really, one of the important things about delivering those products is that we're aiming to enable easy access of the observations and make it easy to do multi-wavelength science with the SKA data. And quite key, I think, is that we want to make the radio data accessible to everyone. So well and truly past the idea that you have to be some sort of expert in radio astronomy to be able to make sense of these data at all. Yeah, again, regional centres is where you'll actually get access to them. So I mean, to perhaps answer a little bit one of the questions that was asked a few minutes ago, we do have effectively a baseline representation of what we consider our data products to be, appreciating the text is quite tiny. Hopefully you'll be able to come back to this. But essentially these represent what we consider to be, or what should be, in products final data products that represent what should be sufficient for doing the science envisioned with the SKA. This is in fact a baseline. So one of the things that will happen is these will be reviewed and updated as we go, and certainly as part of the interaction with the science verification. So that being said, what does it look like in terms of operating in that model? Well, I think actually Sharmila covered some of this already, and perhaps with more specifics, but effectively, the data products and the processing required will be requested as part of the user interaction with the proposal process. There will be no direct interaction with the science data processor and what that's actually doing. The proposal tool will be the mechanism by which that happens. And I guess, additional note, we only expect to deliver visibilities in a pretty small number of cases, and it's really going to have to be scientifically justified, and it's not going to be raw. They're going to be calibrated and averaged quite heavily, I suspect. But in terms of enabling understanding of fine-tuning of what processing is needed, particularly for larger projects where you don't want to just throw all of your time into making your observations before you're really certain that actually you're going to get out what you need in terms of those products. We are expecting a feedback mechanism in that there may be short observations to work through fine-tuning those options in terms of the processing to make sure that by the time the full observation is done, you're getting actually what you need. But I guess, yeah, again, Sharmila mentioned before, but to reiterate, so all of that will happen as part of the operations of the telescope. So if it's making an observation, the science data processor is part of that. So the resource is requested, and it's scheduled and executed as part of that observation. And once the data has been processed, we're not keeping the raw visibilities. They will be deleted. The data products will be what's archived and what's passed on to the regional centers for the users. So if that's our operational model, how do we support that in terms of developing the software to do that? Well, we have a number of challenges in that. If we're now in a situation where the observatory is making an observation, then the science data processor has to be up and running, and it has to be accessible and processing data as long as the observatory is. It's effectively an integral part of the observatory signal chain from that perspective. So it's got to be available pretty much all of the time. On top of that, we're doing a multitude of science that for two different telescopes, I mean, there's been discussions of flexibility, and we've got to enable that flexibility in terms of the processing to provide the data products to enable that science. Our data products are big, our data are big, so we know we're going to have to make the most of the resource that we have and ensure that we're scaling out the hardware and providing software that will be able to do that. We know that time passes, we're planning on operating for a long time. We're going to need to be able to modify what we do to make sure it can keep up with development, extra science cases that people want to use the observatory for. But fundamentally, we know we're going to be resource limited in terms of the hardware that we have. So we really have to be maximizing our throughput in terms of the data and producing those data products. Of course, the other side of that is we have to meet the scientific requirements. So there's a lot of the calibration in terms of ensuring that the array can operate as needed. We have to do some real-time calibration, and we have to feed that back immediately into the system, back to the central signal processor to do the tide array beamforming, for example. And on top of that, you've your normal collection of calibration and imaging processing that you would expect to do with that kind of instrument, and all of the nice complications that that brings, so direction-dependent calibration, making sure that you're dealing with your wide bandwidth effects. SKA Mid, for example, has a mix of dish structures, so we need to make sure that we're taking care of the heterogeneous beams that that processes. And then also all of the alerts that we need to be providing for doing the transient science. And I guess bottom line is, all of that has to happen in the expectation it's going to be a one-shot process. We're going to get rid of the raw data at the end of it, and if we find a flaw in the processing, the likelihood is we're reobserving, not reprocessing. So I'm going to skip through this quickly, and actually, that was the fuzzy balls that Shari was talking about, so I'm going to let her explain that in her talk just after coffee. But essentially, the key points here are you're going to hear a lot about science verification, but actually we're into commissioning stages now. AA 0.5 is on top of us. So in terms of the current status of the software development, we've been working towards AA 0.5 with our eyes on further down the line, the science verification and the larger arrays. So we've had a split effort in terms of what we've developed so far, which is great, but actually we've still got a lot to do. We've focused on effectively what are our major computing issues that we know we're really going to have to get right in terms of scaling, and we've focused on standing up a control system. We've a whole load of processing that we need to provide that we don't yet have, and that list is not exhaustive and actually only represents what you need to be able to support the initial modes expected for science verification. So what are we going to do next? Well, we're going to start building out that collection of pipelines to enable that development and support science verification at AA2. And as we do that, we're going to continue to work alongside the commissioning scientists to test the pipelines that we're developing, particularly for the instrumental calibration, to make sure that both them and us have confidence that our software is doing what we need and that the array can be supported. But, you know, we still have a challenge. AA2 is coming, AA star beyond that, and actually the build-out of the rollout of the telescopes is quick. So scaling is still a problem for us. We still need to make sure that we're building out that capability, particularly for where the processing and throughput is intensive. So in terms of our engagement with the community as part of this process, I think it's really important for us. We're aiming to be an open source software project and provide a positive contribution to the community in terms of the software that we're developing. It's effectively a challenge that other people, other places are facing. Data is only getting bigger. So we are trying to make sure that it's accessible and interoperable with other data, other instruments. But also, we need feedback. Shari is going to talk later about how we can build trust in terms of the community, that actually our processing and our data products are trustworthy, and that it's providing what's needed to enable the science. And as part of that, actually, we're starting the process of effectively releasing our pipelines as we develop them to the effectively science users within SKAO, but also that is something that we want to start getting feedback from the wider community on too, so they will be available to the wider community to look at, engage with, test, try. And that's something that we'll aim to do through the regional centres as well. And I think that's probably my last, yeah. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Danielle. We have time for one question, I think. Over here.
Thanks so much. I hope to find you at the reception this evening because I have a million questions. I'm coming at my one question with about 16 years of experience in the Rubin LSST ecosystem. And so a quick question of clarification first. Early in your slides, you said that the intent is to enable multi-wavelength scientific analyses.
Yep.
And did you mean with other data from other missions?
Yes, yeah.
And so, you know, we're in the midst of a massive community survey for Rubin, have well over 100 responses, and that capability is identified as one of the key factors needed for innovative science, both at the catalog and the image level. So I'm really interested for you to say a couple words about what does it look like? What are the sorts of things you're doing to try to facilitate and enable that multi-wavelength science, because it's hard.
Sure, that's a great question. So, I mean, from my perspective, making sure that actually the data products we provide are the right things and provided the right way is something that's going to be important with that. I mean, one thing that I probably threw some words in but didn't really have time to go into is where we have a collaboration happening with NRAO looking at the measurement set format that's been the known and loved thing for radio astronomy recently to represent the data and whether that's still fit for purpose or, well, in fact, we're looking at an improvement to that in terms of enabling better performant processing of those data. So that's kind of one aspect, how we actually represent the data fundamentally. But I mean, there's the other side of this conversation that is really going to be Rosie's domain to answer in terms of how the SRCs are then getting hold of that data and providing that data and enabling you to actually compare and contrast those data. So that side, I'm going to throw Rosie a...
Right, I think it's time for the final talk of the session. So we'll be having, as far as I understand, a joint talk, or is it just, it's just Shari Breen?
All right, while my slides get up there. Hello everyone, my name's Shari Breen. I'm the Head of Science Operations at the SKA, and this talk is quite different to what you've already had today. It's going to be a really easy and light talk. It's basically a shameless advertisement. We want your help to make sure that we can continue to recruit a really excellent and diverse workforce. So I might be incredibly biased. But in my opinion, it's a really exciting time to join the SKA, and particularly someone from a science background. We are now at a stage where we are extremely close to doing really exciting science observations. We're about to hit commissioning in a big way. So that's all happening. But it's still early enough that you could come along and help us shape our policies, our procedures, pipelines, strategies, etc. So I just wanted to note a little bit on the collaboration we have with CSIRO and SRAO. So SKAO has collaborative agreements with both SRAO in South Africa and CSIRO in Australia, with staff at those locations, essentially a mixture of SKAO employed and SRAO or CSIRO employed staff, whilst all the UK staff are SKAO employed. And you can see that we're an extremely happy bunch on this slide, no matter what site we come from or who employs us. We have roles in the 3 countries. I was going to say 3 locations, but of course that's not correct. The 3 countries being the UK, South Africa and Australia. Now, over on your left-hand side is a really fair picture of Jodrell Bank, where of course we have blue skies all the time, and the clouds are always high in the sky. They definitely don't touch the ground for the majority of the time. So in the middle, hopefully you all recognise this one because you're probably sitting somewhere within that image right now. Cape Town with the glorious Table Mountain out in the background. We have an office here, but we also employ many staff out in Carnarvon. Then on your right-hand side, I think is a really fair picture of Australia. These are quokkas, if you don't know. They're very kind animals. They love selfies, and they reside on Rottnest Island, which is off the coast of Perth. The other location in Australia, of course, is Geraldton, which is a beautiful seaside town. Right, so if you are interested in working for the SKO, the first thing that you can do is go to our recruitment portal, and it looks like this. And up in that pink circle, you can see that there are SKO and jobs and partner jobs circled. You can click on those and find that many times we have quite a lot of jobs, and at the moment is one of those times. We are really recruiting quite heavily at the moment with that ramp up of construction. You can then click through some of the other links, and I just thought that I would highlight a couple of things. So the who are we? If you click on that, you can see a lot about our mission, which you've heard about today, our values, which you perhaps haven't heard quite so much about, which I encourage you to go and have a look at. And one of the statements that we make on there is our commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, and particularly that we seek to become an employer of choice for women in STEM. Under what we offer, there are, of course, details of the benefits, flexible working, which includes part-time and job share for many of our roles, relocation and career development, and that kind of thing. Now, I have focused very specifically on the SKAO side there, but I just wanted to touch on the fact that CSIRO and SORAO have their own, but similar values, benefits, etc. So you can go and have a look at those as well. As I mentioned, we have jobs galore at the moment, and that's really a reflection of the fact that construction is ramping up and we are hurtling at a great speed towards operations. There's this pamphlet available, it's at the back, you can grab one. On this pamphlet there are 23 different jobs. Many actually have more than one role available. So for example, our operations scientists, we have quite a number of roles available. These jobs are in areas such as science operations, which you'll hear me say a lot, of course, because I'm not biased. Software, engineering, communications, even electricians. I don't know if anyone here is a qualified electrician, but if you are, there are jobs available. Some of these might be applicable to you, some of them might be applicable to your postdocs, students, past students, etc. So please take a look and share them. Right, so I just wanted to focus now on a couple of the roles that I thought might be directly applicable to you as astronomers, mostly in the audience. And so firstly, starting with the science operations and commissioning scientist roles. You've seen this already. This is the org structure of science operations, and the only thing I wanted to really highlight is that there are a few of us in that pink box. We are located across the 3 sites, but we really are one very happy, big science operations team, and there are great opportunities no matter which site you choose. So just a little bit more on the science operations side. We currently have 10 operations scientist positions available. These are people that perhaps have a PhD in astronomy. They might have some operations experience, but not necessarily, but are the more technical kind of radio astronomers in general. We also have 2 operator data analyst roles open in Australia. I mean, they're quite exciting. I mean, I love observing, and to do that all the time would be a real pleasure. On the right-hand side, again, it just shows you the roles that we are recruiting. So we have junior roles, standard operations scientist roles, as well as senior roles, and so on. These positions close on the 13th of September, and please come and chat to me, get in touch if you want to know more about these. In science operations, we are really trying to recruit a gender-balanced team, and so with these current roles, we aim to recruit greater than or equal to, so you can see that as half. The roles available, we would like those recruitments to be women, so please, especially if you're a woman, we want to see your application. Similarly, mid-commissioning scientist roles are available at the moment, are open. Again, really very exciting to be able to commission the mid telescope. And I've put Lindsay's contact details associated with that role, but you can come and talk to any of us about that, and that's going to close it towards the end of the month. Now, to be fair, because Danielle just claimed the entire telescope for software, I thought that we might include just a couple of software roles in here that are open at the moment. And don't worry, I didn't venture too far from science operations because these roles are for the observatory science operations software tools. Basically, we need people to look at the software side of telescope operations, turning proposals into observations, tracking their execution and managing observing data. So if you come from the science side, great. If you also come from the development of web systems side, then also good. Marco Bartolini is our lead software architect, and so you can either email him or talk to one of us if you're interested in this. And the final one that I just wanted to share with you is a pipeline engineer. Now, I spent a lot of time Googling what a pipeline engineer does last night. I'm sure that this is what Kutso meant. So basically, you know, to develop the kinds of pipelines that Danielle was talking about earlier, specifically for the mid telescope based here in South Africa. Right, was hoping to make this quite short and sweet and give you more of an opportunity for the break and to come and talk to us if it interested you. Please do pick up a brochure at the back. There's this fancy recruitment brochure as well as the leaflet. Chat to any of us. There are people from all 3 countries here. I'm not sure if all 5 locations. Do get in touch. And I just thought I'd end with, this is really a once-in-a-lifetime chance to join and shape a project that will revolutionize our understanding of the universe. So if you do have any interest, then we'd be really happy to talk to you. Thank you.
Before we all rush off to tea, thank you very much, Shari. And are there any questions?
Sarah, do you just want me to come super close to you?
Here comes Mike.
Shari, could you just clarify for people, are all those jobs open to international applicants?
That's a great question, Sarah. All of the SKAO roles, so the operations scientists are absolutely open for all international applications. For some of the CSIRO and SIRAO roles, it really depends on the individual recruitment, whether or not they are. So I would encourage you to look at the job, the position descriptions themselves.
Anything further? If not, I'd like to thank all our panelists and speakers from the last session. And I think everybody has to be back here at 3:30.
But something I didn't tell, something I didn't tell Sarah about is that we do have our own coffee and biscuits available just outside that door. So you don't have to go too far. You can stick around and have your coffee here and have a chat with all of our staff. Thank you.
Okay.
Shopping in a Benz, I like you, I do. I hit you in a land, can you fit me in your plans? I like you, I do. We went over to France and we woke up in Japan, I like you, I do. Oh girl, I know you only like it fancy, so I pull up in that Maybach candy. Yeah, your boyfriend will never understand me.
wish I could wear Rufus at. 80 in the Benz when that roof go back. They don't wanna see us get too upset. I just got a feeling that we might be friends for a long, long time. You don't mind, and you know I like you for that.
I like you, I do. I wanna be a friend, go shopping in a Benz. I like you, I do. I hit you in a lane, can you fit me in your plans? I like you, I do. We went up better friends and we woke up in Japan. I like you, I do. I do. I just want you, I just want you. Your heart's so big, but I just yours. Just want you, oh baby, too. You like me too. Girl, I like you, I do. I wanna be a friend, go shopping in a Benz. I like you, I do. I do.
He said, are you serious? I try, but I can't figure out. I've been next to you all night and still don't know what you're about. You keep talking, but not much coming out your mouth. Can't you tell that I want you? I say it. I would want myself. Baby, please believe me. I'll put you through hell. Just to know me, yeah, yeah. So sure of yourself. Baby, don't get greedy. That you want it well, and well. I see you eyeing me down, but you'll never know much past my name or how I'm running this room around, and that I'm still half your age. Yeah, you looking at me like I'm some sweet escape. Obvious that you want me, but I said I would want myself. Baby, please believe me. I'll put you through hell just to know me, yeah, yeah. So sure of yourself, baby, don't get greedy. That you want it well, and well. He said, I'm just curious, is this for real or just an act? Can't tell if you love or hate me. Never met someone like that. Got me so crazy. Did you know you got that effect? I said, let me check, yeah. I would want myself. Baby, please believe me. I'll put you through hell just to know me, yeah, yeah. So sure of yourself, baby, don't get greedy. That you want it well, and well. I would want myself.
Let's make tonight the weekend. I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait. Got no reason not to celebrate. Baby, I just don't wanna wait. Swimming in the deep blue, got me thinking about you. I'm just trying to dive right in. Wanna spend tonight like the last night of our lives, chasing all the love we can. And
between you and me. When I hear your voice, I know I'm finally free. Every single word is perfect as it can be, and I need you here with me. When you lift me up, I know that I'll never fall. I can speak to you by saying nothing at all. Every single time I find it harder to breathe, 'cause I need you here with me every day. You're saying the words that I want you to say. There's a pain in my heart and it won't go away. Now I know I'm falling in deep, 'cause I need you here with me every day. You're saying the words that I want you to say. There's a pain in my heart and it won't go away. Now I know I'm falling in deep, 'cause I need you here with me. I think I see your face in every place that I go. I try to hide it, but I know that it's gonna show. Every single night I find it harder to sleep, 'cause I need you here with me every day. You're saying the words that I want you to say. There's a pain in my heart and it won't go away. Now I know I'm falling in deep, 'cause I need you here with me every day. You're saying the words that I want you to say. There's a pain in my heart and it won't go away. Now I know I'm falling in deep, 'cause I need you here with me. Can I tell you something just between you and me? When I hear your voice, I know I'm finally free. Every single word is perfect as it can be, 'cause I need you here with me.
Something's got a hold on me lately. No, I don't know myself anymore. Feels like the walls are all closing in, and the devil's knocking at my door. Whoa, out of my mind. How many times did I tell you I'm no good at being alone? Yeah, it's taking a toll on me. Trying my best to keep from tearing the skin off my bones. Don't you know I lose control when you're not next to me? I'm falling apart right in front of you. Can't you see? I lose control when you're not
murder can't make friends. Pray for better days, now it's 300K when my day ends. Do you remember last night, cause I blacked out? In that all white dress with a back out. Said be careful with a heart, cause it's fragile. And thinking about a past, make a lash out. See with me, it ain't no worries at all. Any problem, I'll be there in one call. If we locked in, you my dog. Finna you hang pictures on my wall. Roll one, let's get high tonight. Backseat, Maybach, lavish life. Chilling with the stars like a satellite. AP on my arm and it's shining bright.
Living in the haze, staying in the shade. All I do is sit around and wait for better days. I could use a chances. What do I say now? Don't wanna fall in love. I'm not afraid now. Eyes closed, holding on, alone, no more. I'm
through my text now, trying to find the things I never said to prove a point. I'ma roll my feet I checked out. Wish it was a, wish it was a, wish it was a phase. Nothing you could do and there's nothing you could say. Running from the, running from the, running from the pain. I gotta get away. I wanna live life fast, I don't know how to slow down. Wanna get high, I don't know how to calm down. Help me now, I'm running on empty. And I don't wanna be a memory. Live life fast, I don't know how to slow down. Wanna get high, I don't know how to calm down. Help me now, I'm running on empty. And I don't wanna be a memory. I'm the only one that's coming on. And I don't wanna be a memory. Bottles on the shelf, I'm about to run through. And I don't wanna be a memory. I'm by myself and I won't know. And I don't wanna be a memory. I know this can't be healthy, so I'm looking for a way. And I don't wanna be a memory. I wanna get numb and forget where I'm from. Cause looking in your eyes, like looking at the sun. I feel like you're the moon, I feel like I'm the one. I wanna get numb, 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 numb. I wanna get numb and forget where I'm from. Cause looking in your eyes, like looking at the sun. I feel like you're the moon, I feel like I'm the one. I wanna get numb, 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 numb. Wanna get numb, go crazy, wanna wild out. Cause lady, life's so short but amazing. Late night party in the basement, hotel lobby and I'm wasted. Just reached into my savings, I'll do it too if you take it. Yeah, life's only what you make it. I wanna get numb and forget where I'm from. Cause looking in your eyes, like looking at the sun. I feel like you're the moon, I feel like I'm the one. I wanna get numb, 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 numb. I just wanna get lost tonight and dance with you. I just wanna get way too high, let's set the mood. You're my fantasy, yeah. I don't wanna fall asleep, yeah. There's nothing in this world I'd rather do. I wanna get numb and forget where I'm from. Cause looking in your eyes, like looking at the sun. I feel like you're the moon, I feel like I'm the one. I wanna get numb, 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 numb. I wanna get numb and forget where I'm from. Cause looking in your eyes, like looking at the sun. I feel like you're the moon, I feel like I'm the one. I wanna get numb, 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 numb. I wanna get numb, 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 numb. I saw you dancing in a crowded room. You look so happy when I'm not with you. But then you saw me, caught you by surprise. A single teardrop falling from your eye. I don't know why I run away.
So shall I give you our signs and like when you should wrap up? Yeah. Okay. Oh. Shall I go to the stage? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really glad to be here. My name is Agnieszka Słowikowska, however you can call me Aga. And let me introduce myself shortly. I'm Polish, and since January last year, I was appointed as a JIVE director. And I hope that there are some non-radio astronomers in the audience, so I can briefly tell you what JIVE is. JIVE stands for Joint Institute for VLBI and ERIC. And ERIC is European Research Infrastructure Consortium. And we are a service institute for the European VLBI network. Therefore, we provide the EVN correlation, data archive, user support, training, and R&D. Last but not least, we also have a long-term collaboration between JIVE and South Africa. And South Africa, through National Research Foundation and SRAO, they are also associated member with JIVE and with EVN, and of course with their lovely Harstebitstuk EVN station. We also have already got the fringes with MERCAT. We also collaborate with University of Pretoria and with e-training, where I have to I'm glad to admit that we have more and more interest from African countries to join the VLBI training. And of course, we are looking, as EVN and JIVE, we are looking towards SKA and even more to SKA VLBI. So let me ask Shari to tell us about the SKA timeline.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start by moving this out of the way because I feel like I'm going to trip over it once I have my slides. You probably don't have such a short-term memory that you can't remember my name. I'm Shari Breen and I'm the Head of Science Operations, as I just told you before the break. So this time I'm going to be talking about the timeline to science with the SKA and hopefully answer a couple of the questions that have come up already today. If I don't, feel free to ask me as many questions as you like at the end or perhaps during drinks at the end after the end of the session. So you've heard a lot today already that construction is happening now, which is all really exciting, but for a scientist, you want to know what's going to happen next. This is basically the major milestones that will be happening next on the road to science. So, of course, we have commissioning. Commissioning is going to follow the assembly, integration, and verification. So basically, putting the antennas together and making sure that they work from an engineering perspective. Commissioning. This is the best statement I think I've ever made. Commissioning includes commissioning, which is the system verification of the end-to-end system, but also science commissioning, which is the specification, execution, and analysis of astronomical observations. Commissioning is an SKAO activity, and in fact, the first members of our commissioning teams are already in place. So we're starting to really build up that team at low and at mid. We have one member of the team, but also, as I mentioned in the previous talk, there are a number of roles open currently at mid to help with that commissioning activity. Where the scientists, and hopefully you all in the room, will start to get excited is a phase that we call science verification. Science verification is essentially for us a full dress rehearsal. We're aiming to answer the question, does the system meet the needs of the science and operational user? Basically, does everything from the telescope right through to delivery of the data product, does that work for you, the scientist, and does that work for me as a member of operations? And if it doesn't, let's fix that before we embark on a full cycle. Science verification is very much a community-driven activity. The ideas for the targets will all come from you as the community, and also that data will be made publicly available to you so that you can make sure that it is working as we expected. There is no one that can determine whether or not the telescope is working as well as a community that has a favourite source. You've said, I really want you to observe, for argument's sake, let's say Orion, and if we give you a data set and it doesn't look like what you expect, you are the ones that will be able to tell us very specifically that there's something wrong with that data. What's going to be available for science verification is going to really depend on where we get to with commissioning. We are not going to put a mode up for science verification until we think it's working correctly. Those of you that have commissioned a telescope will likely be able to tell me, you can have all of the plans in the world. We're not necessarily going to follow that very specifically in the end. Roadblocks will come up, problems will occur that we can't necessarily plan for, although we will do our absolute best. So once those modes are available, we'll ask for these science verification tests and invite you to scrutinise that data. After science verification, we will move to cycle 0, which is our very first. I've put proper in exclamation marks because in some ways it's proper and in some ways it's not. It's proper in that we will have proposal teams. They'll go through a proper telescope proposal process. We'll have data product creation, SRCnet delivery, resources for analysis to do your visualization and advanced data product creation. But it's not proper in that it will be a shared risk cycle. Mode availability, likewise, there's a flow down, will follow successful science verification. So as long as we think the mode works, you all think the mode works, then we'll be able to offer it for cycle 0. In this cycle as well, data will be subject to proprietary periods, and that's quite different from science verification where we will be delivering that data publicly to the entire community. So I now wanted to put that in context with the construction timeline. You've already seen this plot. I think we all, those of us that have worked on arrays for a long time, you can understand that arrays lend themselves really well to being built up in terms of both the number of antennas and stations and also the mode complexity as you go along. So you can see up here, IAU 0.5 consists of a small number of stations and dishes, and it's not until you get to Array Assembly 2, where you have 64 dishes and 64 stations. And this is where the array really starts to become scientifically interesting to you as the astronomers. And so this happens in... Oh, I've gone. I wanted to use my laser, but I don't think it works. Basically, we will start this phase called science verification at the end of 2026, towards the end of that Array Assembly 2, when we will have had a chance to commission it. On this slide, I've put on here when we expect the activities of construction. Obviously, throughout, commissioning will start to ramp up very soon, and then science verification a little bit after, and then cycle 0. I do have some dashed lines with arrows pointing down, because of course commissioning and science verification will continue for as long as it needs to. So now, I just wanted to tell you a little bit more about the concepts of science verification before I go into a little bit more detail about the process itself. Science verification will be the first chance the community will have to access SKA data, so you need to be closely involved. As I already mentioned, you will provide the targets, so and that data will be released publicly for scientific exploitation and fostering an early science return. As Danielle already mentioned to you, this is a really great opportunity to be validating the data reduction workflows and allowing us to begin to build trust within the community and get you comfortable with the idea of having data products that come out of our pipelines rather than the raw data products that you might be used to with some of the telescopes that you use at the moment. We'll also allow you to begin to understand the potential for an observing mode. So if you work on some science verification data, hopefully that gets you really inspired about what the full SKA might be able to do for you and your science case. Down the bottom, I've put the reasons why it's good for me and the rest of the SKAO staff. It's the end-to-end test of a system. It's a really important milestone for us before we put out the first call for proposals. Answer the questions like, do all our systems work? Will our proposal process work? Do the telescopes, the correlated beamformers, the observing mode, all of the tools, so the sensitivity calculator, does it work? Does our data processing work? Does the data delivery and the SRCnet analysis, is that all working? And the other thing, are our observatory staff prepared? In this stage, we hope to build momentum, trust, demonstrate the potential, and allow that early science return. Now, I just wanted to tell you a little bit more detail about the actual process that will happen with science verification. So we intend to issue calls to the community for verification ideas to test specific modes and capabilities. Obviously, in this stage, we will support this activity by having workshops and including all sorts of detailed documentation, and I'll talk a little bit about that some more in a minute. All we'll expect is a short description of the idea submitted by you, the astronomers, not a full-blown proposal. We'll do a light touch assessment. Does the idea provide the tests that we need? Do they use the correct modes? That kind of thing. Is it a good set overall to allow us to really demonstrate and exercise all parts of the system? In some cases, we might ask, is there appropriate comparison data? You know, if we're just looking at a brand new patch of sky at a sensitivity that's never been looked at before, then it's really difficult for us to understand whether or not the system's performing as we'd expect. So from that, we will have a pool of prioritised ideas. It'll then be observed. It'll go through SDP seamlessly because Danielle will have the system working perfectly by then. We'll create those data products, and in this example I have image cubes, and including all of the QA assessment information. Those data products will then be delivered publicly to everyone in the community via the SRCnet following an announcement. So we can imagine that we might have several science verification observations that are all delivered at the same time. We are hoping even at the very early stages in science verification, include some provision for SRCnet resources. Then there'll be a report generated to make sure that the associated observing mode is working correctly. This is very strange. Okay, don't know, apparently I included an animation. So the expected mode availability for the earliest science verification observations, so in Array Assembly 2, I've had my best stab at it, although as I said, I think this is going to be largely determined by successful commissioning. So we've looked at the types of modes that we have and thought about what prioritization we will give them at this stage. So continuum is probably not so surprisingly up there at number 1. Pulsar timing, and then pulsar and transient search for mid. And likewise, there's a similar, although I've snuck a zoom in there, which may also indicate my slight bias towards spectral lines. Obviously, this is from a commissioning standpoint, but also in the rollout of the modes and the hardware that we're expecting. I also note, that there's things that may be and unlikely to be available there. There's some details down the bottom in each case, which gives you a little bit more information about the specifics of those likely mode availabilities. So, smaller bandwidths, not as many channels in the early stages, a smaller number of PST beams, PSS in the same way. In full operations, we expect to be doing, up to 16 pulsar timing beams. So that's a smaller number there. So preparing for science verification. As I mentioned, the way we are doing this is obviously building up in terms of complexity of modes, capabilities, and data products, and we'll continue to do that as we progress from AA2 into AA star. The really big point, I think, about science verification is that in this phase, we're really hoping to deliver visibility data, and that is to hopefully make sure that we can build trust in those pipelines, get you using the visibility data, get you running some of those pipelines, and really believing that the data products we're delivering to you are as good as they possibly can be. We will probably do further verification as the arrays build up. So just because we have verified a mode, as we go into AA star, we'll verify it again. In general, the science verification data will be taken as a trickle, so throughout wherever we can fit it in, and we'll also have dedicated blocks where we're delivering more data products. All of this will be supported by community workshops, so the mode availability, tool usage, SKA regional network availability and usage will all be communicated to you. And we're also intending well, we're very much thinking about having a memo series. It was pointed out that as an early career researcher, you might work quite a lot on science verification data, and then it may not be publishable. And so allowing people to refer back to, you know what, I mean, I didn't publish a paper, but I cracked this really technical problem will be a really important thing. So, I know I'm going to get kicked off the stage in a minute, but as an organiser, I'm going to take some liberties here. So preparing for principal investigator and key science projects. So I want to look at more just the full observing cycles now. Again, the modes will be those that have passed science verification and will have all of the things that you'd expect, the full proposals, etc. I did just want to note some more details about cycle 0 going through to cycle 1 and cycle 2. So I've already mentioned cycle 0. I haven't mentioned that it will be, we expect something like 9 months in duration. Cycle 1, probably about a year, unlikely to include key science projects. As we move to cycle 2, KSPs become much more likely, and we're much more likely to have the full suite of mode capability and also data product delivery. Now, I know Jane asked this question early in the day. Have we thought about different ways to train our community? Yes, we have. We know the documentation doesn't work for everyone, not anyone. And astronomers in general don't read all of the documentation, and I myself am very guilty of that. And so let's think about things that will reach you. Is it videos? Is it podcasts? Is it drop-in sessions? It's probably all of them. And so we should really be looking at that. And I did also mention earlier that I think the ramp up for key science project planning will have to really start in a few years' time. Right, I need to show you these because I put my foot in it earlier. So this is just everything on a timeline which shows you where we are at the moment with construction, where we expect to get to in 2026, 2027, that's science verification with our AA2 array, and then science verification with our AA star array, prior to the call for cycle 0 proposals and the formal end of construction. And then you can see there's sort of a pattern, you know, there'll be a call for proposals, a cycle, a call for proposals, a cycle, and so on. And as I mentioned earlier, commissioning and science verification will continue until all modes are ready. That shows you when KSPs might start, and also when custom experiments might be entertained. All right, so this is my summary slide. It is really an exciting time at the SKA, and I think it's only going to get more exciting as we move to a phase where we're doing science verification. The first verification observations are expected at the end of 2026. We're going to build up in terms of the telescope size and also complexity. Now's a great time to get involved. And of course, I mean, I only just talked to you about this, but if you want to get really, really involved, go and look at our job portal and come and work for us. Planning is progressing well. If you want to know more, get in touch. We do have this science operations email address, but also I'm very happy for you to email me directly if you want to know something. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, we have time for questions, and we are going to take one or two. Are there any questions? Okay, these two.
Thanks for the great great talk, Shari, and thank you for telling me to wait for my AA2 question. So maybe I'll ask a more precise one. It seems like the science working groups are ideal members of the community to help with science verification. Could you talk about maybe the interplay that you expect between the operations team and the science working groups as science verification takes place, things like soliciting ideas, validating data, that sort of stuff?
Yeah. So, members of the science working groups are members of the whole community, so they will find out about this stuff along with everyone else. The special role I think that the science working groups have to play is really in that lead-up phase. I mean, we have already started thinking about more operational aspects and communicating those with members of the science working groups. Robert hosts a science working group chairs meeting once a month, and we've been more and more involved with coming to those and having meetings with individual science working groups. So I think, as Wendy said earlier, I mean, those science working groups really form the conduit between, the entirety of the community and the SKA, and we have to capitalise on that. That is where a lot of the expertise and also the drive for the SKA exists. So I imagine that the science working group, members of the science working groups are going to play a really key role and hopefully be publishing lots of great papers and really giving us a flavour of what we can expect in the future.
The second question.
Thanks, Jerry. So we heard before that and we know that the observatory has asked the science working group and the community to revise the science chapters for the SKA. But of course, this seems from your talk a very parallel process with respect to science verification and commissioning. So can you please elaborate on what is the use that the observatory is going to make of these chapters?
I'm going to have a stab at that and maybe hand you over to Wendy if she's still here. So there's a couple of different activities that you can imagine here. There is making sure that the community is really collaborating and getting ready for the SKA, and I think that is actually really one of the great things about revising the science working group chapters, right? Because you have, you're increasing that momentum as we get towards the SKA. I wouldn't say that this is any. Well, I mean, it's a separate process in that one that has SKA data and one's looking towards the future. So I think that I don't see a way that you can really marry them up. I think that the science working groups, making sure that you continue to be excited about science will mean that you'll be motivated when that science verification data gets here. Wendy, do you want to add anything? No? Okay, good, thanks.
The very last question, Fernando, okay? And then we move on.
Thanks. Thanks, Sherry. Good talk. Science verification. Can the ideas come from any scientist around the world, regardless of country of affiliation?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Just, we will have a bit of time for more questions during panel session. So, if you have some, keep this and come back to us in a bit of time. Okay, Rossi, tell us about SKA Regional Centers Network.
All right, my turn to brave the stage, see if I can make the things work. Okay, thanks for having me here under the spotlight. I am the graveyard shift talk, which means that all of the questions about SRC stuff have been pushed to my talk, so we'll see how I get on in 10 minutes, but there is time for questions afterwards as well. Font's gone funny. I did have this in sensible-sized font. I'm going to talk about enabling SKA science in the global SKA Regional Centre Network. I'm doing that because of my role as the interim SRCnet project lead. It's just me that wrote this talk, but the SRCnet project is an enormous project with many people, so shout out to everyone who's involved in that. Thanks to all of you. Okay, you've seen this slide many times. I'm going to dive into it in a little bit more detail in the next few slides. What you've heard previously is that we have several stages of really cool, really amazing, cutting-edge, high-performance data processing within the observatory itself. That is a schedulable part of the observatory systems. And then we have this big black circle called the SKA Regional Centers, which is where all of the user access to these data products will happen. This is really hard. The data rates going into the SKA Regional Center network are 1,000 times faster than good home internet rates now, okay? So if you take nothing else away from this talk today, it is that you cannot download your SKA data products to your laptop. It would take months Please don't think that that's a thing you can do, okay? Do not be that daft. So we need access to data centers that can enable users to process, to analyze their data products that the SKAO will make for them. And we want to do it in a way that gives us scalability and a sort of sensible approach. So I'm going to peel away this sticker. What's behind this sticker here? Many components of functionality will make up the global SRC network. I'm going to talk through some of them here. There will be a science gateway that users can go to that will give access to science-enabling tools and applications for each user to play with. Those will be running on federated compute and storage, globally interoperating as a single data mesh network. Fundamentally, those regional center network will enable users to discover the data which will be within the global SKA data archive. And in so doing, then develop workflows, perform their analyses, and of course collaborate with each other. Our collaborations are going to be international as well, so we really have to make sure we don't think about individual SRC nodes. We think about a federated network that is much more powerful than the sum of its parts because of this interoperability. And by doing this, we hope we will be able to address the orders of magnitude data problem. I was thinking about this previously. It really is an orders of magnitude question. I've become quite blasé about factors of 1,000. You just change the prefix. It's either a mega or a giga or a tera or a peta or an exa. Those actually really matter. Each time, it's a factor of 1,000. So don't overlook it. We've got too comfortable in our log space. It really matters if it takes 1,000 times longer to download your data. Do not do it. Okay. So we have a kind of a nice vision of what we're intending to do. Fundamentally, if you just read the bold print, we will, in the SRC network, maximize the scientific productivity and the impact of the SKA. That is the plan. That is why we exist. So we are focusing on how to enable the best science to come out of the SKA Observatory. The observatory itself is focusing on enabling the systems to allow the users to write the proposals and perform the data analysis, collect the data, perform the data product generation, deliver those data products, but we still have to get that kind of over-the-hump problem into how you publish your paper. How do you make that final step towards science delivery? That is the fundamental thing of SRCnet. I am sorry that the title font has all gone tiny. The intended user perspective here, I'll run you through just in 3 slides. There's the screen grabs here are actual screen grabs from our prototype science gateway. It doesn't look beautiful yet. Of course it doesn't. We're in the first stage of development. But there does exist a prototype gateway. As a user, you'll be a member of a group, or one or more than one group, with an SRCnet allocation. Now, that might have come because you're an SKAO user, you've got a successful proposal, you're part of a collaboration, or it might be because you're an archival data user with a successful SRCnet proposal, and you've basically got a set-aside allocation within the SRC network. And then you'll go to this gateway, and you will log in, and it will know who you are, and that will be the same login that you use for your SKAO data, your proposal, and the system will understand which data sets you are allowed to access. So you'll be able to go to an existing project, discover data sets to add to that project, or make a new project that will be discoverable and rediscoverable when you return to that portal. So it's kind of like, if you want, Google Drive for scientists. Within a particular project then, with some allocation of resources, you'll be able to identify services that can be running, that you can access, that can help you support your data analysis. So that might be knowing which site hosts the Slurm cluster that's the right kind of architecture underneath it for you to submit your batch jobs to. Or it might be that you want to do some visualization and you want the best site that's running a visualization tool of your choice. You'll be able to launch those services or access those services through the portal, click through, it will know who you are still, you'll be able to do your analysis. And then you'll be able to save those intermediate results locally on the SRC that your analysis is running on. And then when you've done, the most important thing is, you'll be able to generate your advanced data products and load them back into the SKA archive. So they'll already be there in this ecosystem to be discovered by other scientists when you're ready for that. So you'll be able to publish your papers and link through to your archived advanced data products in one go. So it's a beautiful way of keeping the ecosystem tight. And of course, because you did your analysis here, you'll be able to link in your software products as well. We're hoping that we'll provide you with some template workflows to speed up the analysis of your work. So, you won't be the first person ever to have wanted to run a source extraction algorithm on an image cube. Oh, look, pick this from our suite, that kind of thing. We're going to break away, I've said it again, from the doomed download and analyze locally data paradigm. Do not do that. And because we have to break away from that, it does mean that we have an opportunity to enforce better workflow reproducibility. So you can publish your advanced data products and you can publish your workflows. They can be reproducible. It's a long shot and there's a long way to go there, but because we have to do this in this network system, let's make the most of it. It can be a powerful enabler rather than a burden. So let's think about it in that way. So as a user, we want the SRC-Net to look like a one-stop shop for you to do all of the data discovery and the analysis for your SKA data. And of course, to feed in multi-wavelength data as well to combine, so it's not just limited to one thing. Okay, behind the scenes, all of this stuff should be hidden from the user. So all I want you to see is, a feeling of going into a virtual space and playing around with your data and being able to upload it. Behind the scenes, there will be several sites, around 10 or 20, spread globally around the world. These will be big data centers. Data will be replicated between those sites, and the data distribution and replication has to be efficient and minimized. We want to be moving the users or their code to the data products wherever possible and not copying data products to new sites, because those transcontinental transfers are slow and cause latency, which will not make it an enjoyable experience. The bulk of the SKA SRC-Net Science Archive will be centrally managed, therefore. So the data storage representation in the middle here is to show that it is a centrally managed data management system with replicas being monitored and controlled from the SRC operations group. So if you need to trigger an additional replication because a data set's become very popular and everyone wants to look at it, and then we can do that. We can do it with a finite lifetime and also manage the full data life cycle as we go through, data being recent and hot off the press and with a known analysis set, and then maybe 6 months later or a year later becoming, it's moved to its advanced data product stage. We no longer need to keep it in the expensive storage. We can move it onto tape, for example. So we envisage quite a complex data management system to enable us to do this. Ultimately, though, in bold at the bottom, users, you, should not have to care which site is hosting them. It shouldn't matter to you. As it doesn't matter when you're using other cloud-based systems. You don't care where your Google Drive data or your Dropbox data or whatever is. You just want it to be there virtually for you when you need it. So that's what we're aiming for. You've seen this before. We are well aware of the science timeline, the timeline for the observatory delivery, and in particular looking down the tunnel at the 2026-2027 science verification campaigns. Those are coming very fast for us. And even at that point, we're talking about something around 3.5 petabytes of data coming out of the SKA into the SRC network for each of those science verification weeks. That's a big step for us. So even at this point, you can't do the data on your laptop. So never are we saying we'll do it on our laptops. So please take this away. And then as we move through the next stages of science verification, the data rates, the data volumes we need to manage increase significantly to around 14 petabytes or so of data each science verification week. So we're always in this paradigm of needing SRCs to enable us to do our work. This is a less pretty timeline of our SRC network. So we've been working on SRCnet for a couple of years now, started back in June 2022, really trying to feel our way around the technical enthusiasm for building the network and build our set of principles, work on an architectural design for the SRCnet, and see if we have the appetite to move forward in this way. And we've done that so far on informally offered resources. Yep. We're now moving to a more formal pledging mechanism. It's very exciting. And we will be deploying our first version of the SRCnet as a network in January 2025. So the teams are building up to it right now. And that is an internally facing one. Sorry, you don't all get to play on this network yet. We actually have to make sure we can test the architecture and understand what it will do for us. But these are the countries that are offering hardware resources into that 0.1 version. I'm really excited. It's already a global project. even in our first internal engineering version. We were aiming for 4. We were like, we can test our architecture with 4 sites. We've got 9. That's because people are so enthusiastic about being part of this network. So we're currently aiming for about 8 petabytes of storage in total and half a petaflop of compute during our testing campaigns, which will take place throughout 2025. And that's just, the pie charts are just showing the storage and compute numbers. It's great. We've got entire transcontinental distances here, so we can test long-distance data transfers in this way. The project itself would deliver this network, as I said, in time for the SKA operations. The end date of the project, the SRCnet project, is July 2028. It's important to say that is distinct from the long-term steady-state functioning of the formal SKA Regional Centre network. So the project, SRCnet project, is let's build it. We don't have the final governance model for the long-term SRC network, but this is a delivery project rather than an operations project. But even so, even now, we have about 40 person worth of effort from 13 different countries plus the SKAO working on the SRCnet. So it's great. We're already an international collaboration with lots of experts across software and science helping us build the tools that we need. Science-wise, so the current scientific work in SRCnet is to build a suite of example workflows that will support testing of our sites and help us develop benchmarking tools. So we've got a set of example workflows. The link is down here. Didn't do a QR code because I'm not down with the kids enough for that. But we've got a set of example workflows and an automated pipeline system. So we're deploying those workflows on sites now as a way of testing to see how do they scale. Not because we want to learn how they scale now, because we want to build a testing framework to do in our internal version. So we understand the need to run science pipelines to see if our hardware is good enough. So that's an exciting way to follow along. Over time, we'll further develop those example workflows to test the science verification pipelines. And also, we'll be looking at the workflow templates that will help speed up your analysis on the SRCnet. So that all said, we will also soon be strengthening our science engagement work so that there will be opportunities to be involved as scientists, potentially through science working group, but also not necessarily through science working groups, to help give us feedback, help us think about ways of testing our system. So I'm going to go to my final slide now. My final slide is an apology. So I don't know if any of you spotted it. The view that I showed at the start is on the left-hand side. That is the technical blueprint view that we have for SRCnet. It is, by definition, an engineering-focused view. Now, what actually matters, of course, is that in the middle of the SRCnet functionality, in the big new wheel on the right-hand side, is you, the user. That is all we care about in the end. It's what we deliver to the user that matters. So you shouldn't have to know anything about the data storage. It should just be that for you, you can access all these tools and interactions as you need using the SRC network. So that is where I will stop. Thank you very much.
Great. Short wrap-up, yeah. Never ever download SKA data to your laptop, yes.
No!
They are not designed for your laptop.
Yeah, I was thinking of doing as a subliminal message, not for your laptop.
I will not download. We've heard earlier about the SK data challenges. Is there any thought given to incorporating those into some of the testing or rolling out of this SRCnet?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And beyond, yes.
How so? Yeah, so there has been thought given to it, absolutely. As I understand it, the data challenges, they've been excellent at engaging the community with understanding what SKA data will look like. I think we are now in an opportunity. Once we get past our 0.1 version of SRCnet and we actually know that it can work, of then requesting resources to be made available to support the science data challenges going forward. So yes, I think it's really important. It's a way of getting users to trust the SRCnet as well. At the moment, not every site that's contributing to the science data challenges is a one-to-one map with a site that will be an SRC. So there's like some subtlety there, but I think we're on the cusp of switching over because I think it's the most powerful way to build trust in the system and learn from our users what they need. What did we forget to explain, or how are we going to get the feedback? So yeah, it's a great point, Joe.
Okay, we can take one more question. Yes, please.
Thank you.
So as we all know, there's nothing as useless as a radio source. So I wondered what facilities there'll be to upload multi-wavelength data.
Yes, so all of the SRCnet tooling will be according to IVOA standards. So you would be able, as a user, to discover data in other archives that are, discoverable with the IVOA stuff, or however, it doesn't matter, right? If you can get access to another data product, you should be able to import it into your user area so that you can do work on it. There will be a whole bunch, I'm sure, of non-radio science archives, which are so useful to us. We will build stronger collaborations on how we do data sharing efficiently. But you might do something clever with where you host those data objects. But yeah, you should be able to add them to your user area and share them with your collaborators via that user area space as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, shall we thank Rosie once again? The last point of the session is the panel discussion. So let me invite to the stage Naomi, Sarah, Shari, Tracy, and Rosie. And I believe we will have some time for questions during the panel.
Okay, are we? Yes, I'm good. So, good afternoon. I'm Naomi McClure-Griffiths. I'm based at the Australian National University, and I have the pleasure of being the chair of SKA's Science and Engineering Advisory Committee, which means that I usually ask a lot of hard questions, and I'm going to do that today. So we have our lovely panel members who you have all seen their talks from. So what I'm planning to do here is that I'm going to ask a few questions of the panel just to sort of warm us up a bit. And then we're going to open it up to the floor here and give you lots of time to ask the questions that I can already tell there have been many of, and there will probably be quite a few of. And if you get tired of asking questions, I can ask more, because that's what they ask me to do. Okay, so I'm going to start off here with a question to Sarah, actually. So besides its sheer size, the SK, what makes SKA different to other radio telescopes?
Well, so I think so didn't know any of these questions were coming. Look, I think there are two things that I would flag. The first is the sort of deep integration between mid and low, right? So, I mean, we expect that I think more than half of science cases will potentially apply for time on both telescopes. And so the sort of single time allocation system, I think will be maybe not completely unique, but a real benefit for people who are looking at that kind of wide wavelength view of whatever object it is that they want to look at. The other thing I think is the flexibility, right? So, I mean, we heard from several of the people who presented, the enormous amount of flexibility that we can have, in subarraying, in substations. And I think we're really only just at the beginning of trying to understand what that kind of flexibility will really deliver in an instrument like SKA low and SKA mid. I think it will do amazing things, yeah, but we'll have to learn how to make it work.
Yeah, I think as users, that's also going to be hard for us to learn how to, the space is infinite. Anybody else want to add anything to that? I think it was a good answer, Sarah. I'll let you pass with that one.
Thanks.
Oh, I didn't know we were being marked.
Yep. That was a D. Distinction D.
Oh, right.
D.
That was a bit harsh, right? Thanks.
Okay. So, Shari, question about science verification targets. That is exciting, right? I mean, I think everybody who's sitting here is like, science verification targets. You're going to ask for a bunch of science verification targets as requests. You're going to be flooded with.
I hope so.
ones. So you described a pool, but how are you going to prioritize that pool? How are you going to make the decision that these are the first ones to go?
All right. I mean, I mentioned that it will be a light touch assessment, and what that really means is that we'll look at things like, does it test the mode that we're after as a first step? And I mean, hopefully we all get that right, but we know we mightn't. Then we'll be looking at a group of tests, right? Does the group of tests test the full system functionality? Does it really stretch the system in the ways that we're hoping for? And I think the thing is that, I mean, I said I hope, and I really do hope that we have the problem that we have too many science verification targets. And you can imagine that there are some targets that might look equal from a test. You know, it could just be 2 different of your favourite objects, I mean, maybe many more than 2. And so we will choose some, absolutely, but what I'm hoping is that we can reserve the others. I mean, we will be putting pressure on the telescope like other parts, other teams like commissioning. If there is free time to do more science verification, then why not do it? I mean, we will try and maximise that time and make sure that we test the system as much as we can and have as many astronomers' eyes on that as possible.
Just to follow from that, Rosie, I mean, I can imagine that there'd be some science verification tests that would be better for testing out SRCnet.
Yeah.
Will that be part of the process of deciding this?
Well, so, I mean, yes, but also from the sense that every observation that gets successfully put through SKA has to be technically feasible in the SRC land as well. So we'll want to find out, is this data product type one that, we know how to manage within the SRC ecosystem? But we'll try, I think it should be okay that whatever is...
Should be right.
I mean, if Shari says it needs to happen, we'll make it happen.
Actually, we've already been coordinating along those lines, right? Making sure that the SRCnet development is in line with what our plans are for science verification.
Yeah, and if I can add one more thing, one of the things on our wish list for the next few months is to work out, in the example workflows that I talked about earlier, we've got a set where they've just been kind of a little bit sort of like scattergun, how far across the science space can we immediately reach in our SRC teams to get workflows. What I would really love for us to do is look at what are the science verification SRCnet type workflows looking like? Can we already start running tests on them? Can we basically get ahead so that we're confident that when Shari says, we're looking at her favorite maser, what a surprise, we're ready to analyze it in SRCnet.
Good. Okay, I'm going to shift gears a little bit because it's wonderful to talk about those things that are happening out in the future, but what's happening at this moment is construction. Tracy, you're sitting at the pointy end of things there. What are some of the interesting challenges that you're facing?
I think in general, construction is a challenge. There's so much activity at the moment on site, and I think health and safety obviously is our primary importance on the construction site. And given the geographic spread of a site, I mean, you've seen the footprint. I mean, we're extending to baselines 150 kilometers. What we don't know is that we have to travel gravel roads for about 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers to get to the end of a spiral arm. And I think the contractors, particularly the infrastructure contractor, struggles with the logistic planning. It's really quite a lot of planning to get and understand that actual spread. So that's one of the challenges. A second big challenge, it's not a challenge, I think we're working through it, but obviously we're acknowledging that Meerkat's doing science. And it's a very careful navigation between construction activities and causing interference with Meerkat observations. And I think we're still working through this with the contractors, but our first step is to get the EMC control plans in place, to accept those, and part of that is looking at the risk analysis, the impact as well. And then the second step is we have to go through RFI permitting process through Soraya. It's part of their site policies. So all of our equipment that comes to site has to have a permit. And that's a process. And sometimes contractors don't understand that process, and it's really educating them about RFI awareness on site. And we've had ongoing awareness campaigns, and that'll continue through the construction period to get everyone sort of on par. And I think it's also, as I say, work in progress around sharing of schedules. We're trying to get to a level of maturity in terms of the 2-week look-ahead schedules, particularly for the dish structure. There's going to be photogrammetry that has to take place at night, as well as the infrastructure 2-week look-ahead, so that we can go back to the Meerkat science team and operations teams to say, let's just work together. We're working together and trying to schedule both and live harmoniously together. But that is some of the big challenges at the moment.
I can definitely appreciate that. Sarah, do you want to add anything about the low site and that? I mean, it's a different sort of relationship between the working observatory and the construction, but it is still an issue.
Yeah, and we have, I mean, it's not quite so complex, I don't think, but we absolutely have to work very closely with CSIRO, because the ASCAP telescope, and with Curtin because of MWA, because these are, functioning telescopes. And so we have very well-defined, for example, work hours. Yeah, so we can only work between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. so that those evenings and the nice, quiet nights are available for ASCAP and MWA to work. And so, we take those kind of requirements very seriously. The other thing I'd like to probably note from an SKA point of view is, as we've started to now kind of operate the telescope, albeit a small version of the telescope, we really are now starting to learn about how to sort of logistically manage that. This is the first time we operated a test array before, but this is the first time we've tried to, properly do AIV and understand how to operate the telescope and start into commissioning. And so that's a whole new thing that we and the team as a whole are learning now. And what I'm really interested in is how we scale that, right? Because the scale is coming, and it's coming really quickly. And we've got to learn very quickly about how we scale not just deployment of the antennas for low, but operation of the telescope.
Good. Rosie, I've got lots of questions for you, Rosie. But
go for it.
Obviously, we're not downloading things to our laptops, people. Did you get that message? Yep, we're not downloading things to our laptops. Obviously, the SRCs are required for us to be able to actually do anything, right? But thinking sort of more deeply and philosophically, like, what are the additional scientific advantages of having this model for access?
Yeah, so I touched on it slightly in my talk, that being forced into this ecosystem where you can't access your data, you can't do it in secret, like tapping away in your university room. You have to be in the SRCnet ecosystem. You have to be following some best practices. The software that you're running has to be runnable on those systems, so it will have to pass some checks in order for you to be able to run it. Therefore, it will be within the system, so the software can be saved, as I mentioned briefly. So I think that it's super powerful that we'll be forced into a paradigm of being easily able to. So there's this concept of having like a digital research object that goes with your paper, that is the bundled up everything that you've done which was clever, right? Your intellectual property, the thing that you did to show your science result, is not just about the text you could write, like how fluently you can format something in LaTeX, or how good your prose is. It's also whether your software was good enough, and whether your algorithms were using, best practice, and whether they are testable and provable and shareable and reusable by others. And the data products you make will then be usable as well. So I love this idea that we can really get this leverage on the science output again and again by making software quality and data quality integral to what the astronomers themselves are doing, as well as being part of what the observatory is committing to do too. It's going to be a bump, like getting users used to that way of working will take more time. You won't have such a quick path to publishing the first paper. But once you've done it, you and all of the people in your research group can benefit from the fact that you can build a body of expertise around it, and then we'll do more science as a result. So I think it's good. Another thing worth bearing in mind is that because we're in an ecosystem for SRCnet where the individual data centers contributing we're not buying them. There's no cash contribution. It's pledged resource. So we won't be able to enforce data center homogeneity across the site. So there'll be obviously heterogeneity built in, and we have to work around it. Again, that's another hump. It's harder to make your system fully interoperable with heterogeneous sites. But once you have done, then you've got scalability. You can add new sites. You can interoperate with other observatories and with other standard archives. So it's a blessing and a curse, the way we have to do things, but I think we'll benefit from our ecosystem being quite variable and open, hopefully. That was a long answer, sorry.
No, it was a good answer. I was simultaneously filled with fear at other people seeing my terrible code. And then looking out at some of the younger faces who are out here and knowing they're going to slip into this mode perfectly. And, you know, they're going to do a great job. So speaking of old timers, I mean, old timers, we love visibility data. And we're not getting visibility data here. So Shari, you gave us a nice, you know, start to the reassurance that during this science verification, we can also see visibility data maybe, so we can kind of trust you. But that's going to be a big thing to try to build up that trust. How are you going to do it?
Many ways, Naomi. So the first thing that I would say is that visibility data is a legitimate observatory level data product. If there is a genuine scientific justifiable reason that you need your visibility data, then you can propose for it. You'd have to have a very strong case and a very strong plan of how you're going to use those visibility data. That'd probably be heavily averaged, but it is a legitimate data product. Having said that, most of you don't need them. Danielle's going to write us such great pipelines, and we're going to have really strong QA information, so that when you get your data products, you will have an excellent QA report, which gives you all the confidence that you need to know that those data products are good. And it's actually something that we're thinking very seriously at the moment about partnering with a number of other observatories to say, hey, what is the best QA report that we can generate? The other things are, in science verification, we hope to give you your visibilities. That means that you can play with it, you can see the data product, you can see the visibility data, have at it, see if you can do any better. Another thing I would say is that as an ASCAP PI, I don't want to see my visibility data. I mean, I always did. I was the lifer. The compact array, give me all the data in the world. No one could do it as well as me. When I came to be an ASCAP PI, the data sets got so big, it was so challenging, that what I really want is a data product I can trust, so I can use the limited science time I have to do the science. I think I've...
Bada boom! Good. Okay, so shifting a little bit again. So this morning we heard some really interesting things about what's happening in terms of, you know, human capital development and working with the Wajiri Yamaji in Australia. And often when I mean, this is wonderful. Like, we have changed our mode of building telescopes, and this is great. But often we hear numbers or stats, but it's about people. And I think Nomfundus said that. But I wonder, Tracy, what's the most wonderful person-to-person story that you've got from the activities that SKA has been doing in the local community?
Look, I think there's quite a few key impact stories, and I mean, Soraya's obviously been very involved in the community with the construction of Meerkat. And just to start with, I think from our side, we've learned a lot of lessons in terms of community engagement, development through the implementation of Meerkat, which has informed the way we engage the communities from an SKA perspective. And it's very much a joint collaboration with the Soraya stakeholder team. And I think just, you know, the fruits we're bearing fruit right now in terms of particularly this national qualification framework training that we've undertaken with 10 of the local subcontractors. And they went through a 3-month theory, and they've experienced 9 months practical on site. And they're at a point now where they've just been appointed to do, you know, work packages. And it's something that's literally within the last month they've been appointed to start construction of these work packages. So we really want to track that sort of throughput from the training phase to the construction phase, but also after that. And I think the questions were asked around long-term sustainability. And I think that's very important to acknowledge that we are going through a construction phase right now. Things ramp up, but then they ramp down, and then we go into steady operations. but we need to maintain the knowledge and the experience gained on the construction of the SKA. There are various SORAEA projects, there's host country deliverables and construction of facilities that are happening in the Karoo, amongst a number of other projects, and it's how we continue that in long-term operations. We've also will be entering into a site management agreement with SORAEA, and part of that will be to undertake the long-term maintenance of the infrastructure for the mid-telescope. And the team is going to require a lot more resources. So we want to start drawing from the teams that have been involved in construction and see how we can upskill them to fulfill those roles during operations as well. So from an SKA perspective, it's still very much in the starting blocks. But I think if you look at the community engagement at the moment, I mean, we've had community meetings in the last 2-3 weeks, and we've been engaging with the subcontractors, and really, for me, it's to see the fulfillment when people are actually working on the construction of the telescope, and these local subcontractors bearing the opportunities and gaining that experience.
Yeah. Good. Sarah, I might ask the same sort of question of you.
Yeah, so I was just trying to think about anecdotes that I might tell you if you did that. So one of the, so Kath mentioned one of the things that we've done is we've, along with CSIRO, who are our partners here, have set up a training program for technicians. So we have 10 technicians in a year-long training program at the moment, working with vocational training in Australia, and they are learning to deploy the antennas, but perhaps more importantly, to hook up the digital systems. They're learning how to splice fibers, and they also get a whole range of other kind of training, like remote first aid and what's called white card construction training. And it's, so of that team of 10 technicians, seven of them are Wajarri. And it's been really lovely to see how engaged and enthusiastic some of the Wajarri technicians have become around the electronics that they are learning. Right, this is something that none of them had had any experience in before. And in fact, you know, we have one technician who's expressing a desire to maybe go on to university at some point and do a kind of physics or engineering degree, which would be, you know, a fantastic outcome. So I think it's that engagement and the ability to really make change in the community, which I guess is what Tracy is also kind of trying to deliver, that I really like. The other thing they really enjoy is the ability to go out and work on country. We have a video from our first antenna ceremony where one of the technicians says his pop is so excited that he's now out working on country where his pop came from. You know, and it's so nice to be able to give that kind of opportunity to a community like the Wajarri.
Good, thanks. Okay, I have about 25 questions, but I'm not going to ask them because I'd like to let people here have the chance to ask questions. So we have some microphone runners, I believe. Yep, good. There's good. So Fernando, I saw your hand come up first. So.
Cool, thanks. So my question, well, it's about community and collaboration in the context of pathfinders and precursors of SKA and the SKA Observatory itself. And I wanted to make a statement, and if all of you disagree with it, then my question is irrelevant. But if you do agree with my statement, then I'd like to know your thoughts on the question. So the statement is that with all the great radio telescopes around the world that continue to be developed, built, etc., JVLA, LOFAR, GMRT, ASCAP, MeerKAT, you know, others I could mention, and plus the SKA Plus and GVLA, the SA 2000, etc. My contention and other colleagues is that there aren't enough technically minded radio astronomers around the world who really know what's behind the black box, who know enough to build the black box, to handle efficiently all of these amazing, you know, developments, projects, telescopes, etc. And assuming that we're all in this to do science rather than just to collect data, ideally, one would do this efficiently, all these projects. So the question is, in the context of pathfinders or precursors, which are going to, in some cases, not necessarily continue working taking data as Meerkat, but data, science lags data collection by many years in many cases. So again, some of those technical astronomers will still, I contend, be involved in old precursors, pathfinder data sets, etc. Is there anything from the SKO perspective that you feel, and if so, what would you suggest? Is there anything that can be done to optimize the process that would help both the SKO and perhaps some of the current precursors to deliver science faster? You know, whether it's developing pipelines, many of those that Danielle had in all her little circles, or whether it's data transfer, efficient data transfer, Rosie, you know, SRCs, or it's science operations. Like, is there anything that we could be doing better globally, somewhat jointedly, overlapping the Venn diagrams a little more, rather than a little more separately? So that's basically the question. Thanks.
I think that's a question we could probably have an entire workshop on, but we might just let one or two of you give a quick answer. Whichever one of you thinks you would like to jump in. Sherry, you're looking enthusiastic.
I'm always looking enthusiastic. So, yes, Fernando, I think that it's an excellent question. And I'm only going to answer part of it because of something that I've been thinking about a lot recently. I go to many meetings and conferences, and we're all coming up against some of the same challenges. And some of the things that I know that I have on my deliverables for the year and perhaps next year are also on the deliverables of other people. And so only very recently we've been talking in just a couple of the observatories, and we hope to extend that more fully, to think about, all right, what are the things that you need to do this year? Because one of the things I mentioned earlier in one of my answers to the questions, but also in the talk, was that QA reports are something that are close to many of our hearts in the observatories. It doesn't need to be observatory specific. You know, the best QA report probably applies to many of the observatories. So getting together a group of people from any observatory that wants to participate, say, what are the things that you need to do? Where can we work together to deliver those things and try and run things a little bit more efficiently in that way, and hopefully get a better outcome to the user? Because imagine if you were a radio astronomer, you probably are a radio astronomer, and you went to ALMA and you got a report that looked the same as if you went to Meerkat, and if you also, or MID in the future, or the VLA. It would really help that process. And I know that I've said very specifically about QA reports, but you could apply that to almost anything.
Rosie, do you want to add anything from a SRC perspective? I can imagine that.
Yeah, well, in the SRC land, we're also collaborating to develop shared, or to understand if there's shared technologies that are applicable across not just other radio observatories, but across other large science compute infrastructures. So we have ongoing collaborations with CERN and people in the worldwide LHC compute grid, which is really an analogous system to SRCnet, but for high energy physics data. They have developed a lot of tooling which is relevant for SRC, but astronomy puts a different flavor on things because the scale of the data products is very big, even if the overall data volume is the same. So we're not alone in that situation. There are other observatories, CTAO, Rubin, similarly looking at how you can align the tool sets that you might use with, across multiple different observatories. And so to look at things like how you get efficient data transfer. It's not a specific radio astronomy problem, it's a big data file problem across transcontinental links. So yeah, we're aware of those areas, and I guess we'll continue to do that. In SRCnet, we're setting up an advisory committee. We'll make sure that that is populated with people who can give advice from across all the different pathfinders, precursors, and similar infrastructure projects as well.
I think there's probably lots more that could be said about that, but we'll move on. There was a question over here.
Yeah, hi, thanks. I just had a question about science verification. So it was mentioned that for science verification AA2, the priority will be to test continuum and pulsar modes. So can you maybe explain what's the view about rolling out other modes? And for instance, will spectral line available for cycle 0 proposals, or we will have to wait for cycle 1 or 2 or X? Thanks.
Well, I hope not. As I mentioned before, I'm a spectral line person, so I'm very keen on getting not only the telescopes working on that, but also the pipelines, which of course is a little bit more stress when you're asking for a bazillion channels. Look, I think getting correlation working is a no-brainer, you know, making sure that that's available in AA2. We're hoping to not just give you a continuum image, but potentially at some point very soon after AA2, allow you to do broad lines in a continuum mode. Part of this is about the complexity, so learning to walk before we run, but part of it's actually about the rollout of the correlator resources. And so, as I mentioned, continuum first, I think, makes sense. There are some good reasons to get PST up and running early. One of those is to make sure that we are ready to time pulsars when Meerkat eventually gets integrated, and make sure that there's enough crossover time that everyone from that pulsar timing community that's invested so much effort into those observations can be sure that there's not going to be any issue associated with that. As I mentioned during the talk earlier, I mean, I really sneak zoom in whenever I can, because, I mean, everyone will laugh that knows me. I love mazes. Mazes is where I come from. But do you know what? They're bright point sources that have very discrete frequency ranges, and they make excellent commissioning tests because of that. So you can be sure if there is any opportunity to sneak a zoom band in there, it's going to happen.
There might need to be some layer of oversight on the science verification.
If I can just elaborate a little on Sherry's response, that might add further solve to any possible wounds that there might be to spectral line astronomers, is just to clarify that continuum observations are done in spectral line mode with a spectral resolution that almost everybody would be extremely happy with already. And this is like measured in kilohertz. So 64,000 spectral channels is your standard continuum mode observation. So it's actually ample, and what Sherry was referring to is indeed getting much better than that in terms of the zoom modes that go well beyond that sort of spectral resolution. So I hope that also helps just to add some further clarification on that question.
Good, thanks. Other questions? Yeah.
Thanks a lot. So this is for Rosie. So I don't think I missed it in your talk. So you can't use a laptop for your analysis, right? But let's say you've got an exceptionally large cluster that you might want to do specialist processing on. Is that this is what I may have missed. Everything should be done in the SRC net, right? So that it's impossible to get anything out of the system, which is great for a large number of users who want to measure fluxes, positions, spectral line profiles. But there might also be a lot of, well, not a lot, but there may be like a number of people that want some sort of specialist or complex software developed, that they may develop themselves. What is the process for getting that on there? How do we test it? How do we keep refining? Because, you know, it's not always just about flux and position.
Yep, no, absolutely. So for sure, a lot of the analysis that users will be doing in SICnet will be using their own software. So the simplest thing is to imagine you've got a nice Jupyter notebook, right? And that's your kind of workflow thing. That's not going to scale very nicely, but it might be your go-to to do it in a kind of interactive mode. Go onto the SICnet, get your workflow established so that you're confident with it. Use some fraction of your data product, you know, make sure that it works as you need to. And then put it into the batch system on the SICnet for doing the bigger processing. So yes, you've got a fancy new source extraction thing, and you want to do it on your entire full sky rotation measure, grid, whatever, I don't know, making stuff up. Do it on a tiny piece first in an interactive session, and then submit it as a batch job. That's fine. You won't be breaking anything. You'll know that your software will be within some bounds, right? You're not going to be given super user access onto an HPC system. It's all going to be embedded within systems which keep it secure and keep you, in the guardrails to be safe. But yeah, you'll be able to run your own software. But whilst you're there, make sure that you've put it onto Git properly and that you can, reference the exact workflow that you use so that when your paper's done, it's all good to go. So yeah, it should feel like an extension of your university cluster, but it's not your university cluster.
I'd love to see a question from somebody who's young. No offense. I don't mean any offense to you guys, but I mean, the next generation of users here who've not been round and round radio telescopes. And I know it can be a little bit scary in this kind of environment to ask that sort of question. Have I got one? Yes.
Thanks for the encouragement. So my name is Xing. I'm also working in astronomy, but there is something I always wonder about SKA is about how to benefit the local community. I think someone mentioned about try to hire more people to build the infrastructure, but I think maybe there's more to do. A model example could be LOFA array, because they also install some sensor to detect the soil condition, Maybe something else, I don't know, like the water fraction. But in general, I think these factors try to help the crop growth. So I'm not sure if SKA has any plan like that, can help the people, the local farmer, even the whole population. I mean, in terms of agriculture or other factor, I don't know. It's just a question.
Yeah, that's a good question. Tracy, I might throw that to you, and also noting that the Meerkat National Park is.
Yeah, so I think maybe I could link it to that a little bit. So one of the important parts, and I think I mentioned earlier in my presentation, was the declaration of the Meerkat National Park. And I think it's a wonderful coming together of astronomy, but also Earth-based research. And I think one of the important things that Sandparks is, the scientists are starting to research, is the impact of global climate change on land use, the terrestrial ecosystems, as well as the water. So for example, I've termed it the Working for Water program, where this team of local community members are now removing alien invasive trees. And there's an extensive amount of trees on site, and through removing them, they can increase the water table by approximately 30%. So that's a huge, huge program that's currently being implemented by Sandparks with the local communities at hand. So there is definitely, from a Sandparks perspective, quite a lot of research happening in terms of the environment as well. I'm not sure if that, yeah.
Sarah, did you want to?
Sorry, I would just follow up with the quick response, because I think that would be great to track more funding from the wider society rather than the cosmology alone, the astronomy alone. Right, yeah.
Diversify.
So the telescope site in Yurimana, Ilgri-Bundara, is CSIRO's Murchison Radio Astronomy Observatory, CSIRO being Australia's national science agency. And the site is something like 99% of all CSIRO's land ownership. And of course, CSIRO is a very, broad science agency with expertise in agriculture and food and environment and land and water. And so I know that the site entity and CSIRO as a whole are in conversation around, how can CSIRO best make use of this kind of large area of land that it now owns? I mean, one thing that has already happened, even before SKA started building, but as part of the ASCAP program, was that the station, the cattle station that we are on, Buladi, has been destocked. And so Australia has a very strong history of overgrazing. The cattle station's destocked, and that's now allowing the land to rehabilitate. And there is, I think, great science opportunity in watching how that land rehabilitates and understanding how that happens once the cattle is destocked off it.
Yeah. Good, thanks.
Technical difficulties. I'm not sure if I qualify as young anymore, but that's fine. The question is about young people, though. So I think SKAO, both mid, low, and the organization as a whole, has a lot of opportunities to engage students, but we haven't heard much about that today. So I'm wondering if somebody can speak to the future possibilities for students within the verification processes as we go towards a full SKA.
Do you want me to try that first? Yeah, look, so absolutely. So one of the things that we're looking at is what does a kind of holistic training model look like, right? We talked about, the technician kind of training, and that's one kind of aspect of that. But there is a whole suite of things through summer students, PhD students, postdocs, that we really need to set up as a model so that we can train the people that we are going to need in the future in order to be able to most effectively, as Fernando says, operate these telescopes. And so yes, this is one thing. So we've started, so we've had our first summer students come and sit with SKLO, and in fact one of those, we worked with the Pawsey Supercomputing Centre on that summer studentship, and she's still an undergraduate, but she's also working part-time for us now, looking at the best way of running particular types of code on Pawsey hardware. And so that's a really good example, I think, of bringing people in early in their career, so that we, as people sometimes say, we can grow our own, right? We can start people early and we can teach them what they need to know. The other thing that sort of model does for us is it helps increase diversity. Because the more specific requirements about experience and, expertise that you have when you recruit a job, the less diverse your candidate pool. And so the earlier in somebody's career you can advertise for roles and retain them, the better diversity that you get and the more we can help with the diversity of the community as a whole.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm looking to see if there are other questions out there, because I have two more I really, really want to ask. But, yep, I'll go back there.
Just a quick follow-up on a couple of questions ago about custom workflows. So does that imply, you said our software will be supported. Does that mean I can then bring my container to the cluster or to the cloud and then kind of execute that workflow? Or would I kind of have to work with someone on site to, get the stuff installed? How would you?
Yeah, that's a good question about what the specifics of that would look like. Whatever you're going to be running on the SRC network would need to be checked, that it's acceptable in whatever terms. So I don't know if it would literally be that you install a container, but we would make it so that, especially if you've got a large workflow that is going to be very expensive to get wrong, you actually have to tune it to the architecture of whatever you're running it on. So that would be done in tandem with people in the help desk working with you to get your code running efficiently. We already have examples where this happens in the current Pathfinder instruments, people working really hard to help users get their pipelines working efficiently. I think we still need that step, and there will be a big help desk aspect in the SRC network as well to help you do that. So yeah, whether it would then literally be you as an individual, like hitting the upload button, I'm not sure. But the principle of it is that, yeah, the thing you need to do has to be made doable on SRCnet, otherwise we've failed in our mission. So I'm hoping we have a few years to figure out what that actually looks like in practice. But yeah.
Hi. Yeah, thanks for the talks today. I just wanted to ask radio astronomers, started using apes, and they're still using apes today, and it takes ages for them to move on to new software and things like this. I was just wondering, this is probably aimed mostly at Rosie, who's looking at the end users. What sort of training / community engagement have you got planned to transition people away from wanting their visibilities to be sat on their laptop?
Yeah, well, I mean, the first thing we could do would be to do a thought experiment where we give them the visibilities on their laptop and we say, good luck. Please come to me with a literal HGV full of hard drives, and then we'll talk. The science verification, so science data challenges have helped with the start of that. Science verification will definitely push that forward a long way. I was going to say something very rude about the age of the people who are still using apes, but SKA is a long-term project, and we're not building it for the people who are, I mean, we are building it for all of us, but if you're close to retirement now and you're using apes, sorry, but you're not probably our priority to retrain. Getting it so that PhD students can onboard well and go into it easily is going to be the priority for us. I mean, we've talked about trying to get comments from young people. We're not built with SKA yet. You know, we've got a few years. However, visibility data, yeah, it's the trust question. Why would you still want to do apes on your laptop with SKA visibility data? Let's talk about that, because that's the conversation we need to have. Unpick the motivation for it. If it's about trust, we'll work through it. And that's, SRCnet will enable that, but it's really about the pipelines in the SDP and, you know, the exposure to being part of the full process in science verification that will help with that. Maybe, Sherry, you want to add more?
Yeah, I mean, on top of what I've already said about visibilities, I think the other thing to note is that if it's about safeguarding the future, you know, like if you want to be looking at new fun ways to reduce visibility data, and you're worried that you're not going to have that opportunity, what I would say is, I mean, I mentioned that some visibility data it will be a legitimate data product of the SKA. Some of you will definitely be able to justify it. It will be a very small number. But that means that there will be SKA visibility data on the archive, and after the proprietary period ends, it will be available for everyone to play with. And so there's also that to think about, that there will be visibility data in the community, and use apes, knock yourself out. And you probably will.
Before I let this one happen, I just have to say that I was told by my PhD supervisor last century that if I didn't learn how to use apes, I would never become a radio astronomer. I cannot use apes. Okay.
Me neither. So, I was wondering, this is for Rosie on the same sort of topic. Could you lift the lid a little bit on what the back end of the I guess the processing looks like? Are there data centers that are going to be, or supercomputers that are going to be in every continent, or is it one, or do they exist, or are they being built? What's it look like, and what's the architecture and so on?
Yeah, so it's mixed at the moment. Some data centers that will definitely be part of SRCnet do already exist, and their SRCnet allocation is effectively an upscale or understanding that there is an allowance on an existing machine. Some of them are high-performance computing centers. Some of them are large cloud systems. So it's very mixed in what's being offered into the network so far. There will be a mixture, most likely. We don't have the formal pledges in yet, but most likely a mixture of sites with different hardware architectures, different CPU and GPU balances and types. So we've got a lot to learn. It's still very early for us. Building our 0.1 version to play with, like as our first playground for internal, testing next year. Having those example workflows ready to play with will start teaching us which sites are simply not a good fit for some workflows and which sites are a really good fit. And then when we start to ask for pledged resources, we probably move to a model where we don't just say, oh, I need this many petaflops. That's meaningless. We need to start saying, well, these are the benchmarks we consider to be important. We need, based on the science mix that we foresee, we think we need benchmarks in these different areas to meet certain capacities. And similarly, when we talk about the storage in the archive, there'll be different storage classes. How well connected are they to the different hardware? So it's a bit of a rubbish answer, I'm afraid, because we don't know the details yet, but we know that it's going to be mixed, and we have to learn as we go. It's an example where having this mixed offering is something that we can learn from and tune. Ask for more of what's useful. Ask for maybe not so much of the stuff which isn't a good fit yet, but maybe it turns out to be really useful for a science use case we hadn't thought of until it comes along. So yeah, it's all to play for, really.
We're almost out of time. I want to ask one final question, of which I think the answer is probably useful for those radio astronomers who are sitting here who are also ambassadors for the field more multi-wavelength. The SKA, we're making a big point about the fact that this is not supposed to be for black belt radio astronomers, and it's not, we don't want it to be an observatory that produces data that only radio astronomers use. It's that astronomers use, right? And we saw some nice beginnings of tools that we can access and interact with to do sensitivity calculators or understand UV coverage, but that still is something that you need to be a radio astronomer to understand. So at what stage are you hoping to start to develop the tools that allow my colleague who works down the hall, who works on IFU data, to be able to understand, will they be able to see their galaxy that they're interested in with the SKA? Something that is at a much higher level, so that it's not for the radio elite to be able to understand whether they can detect it, but everybody else.
It's a really interesting question, Naomi. I honestly...
Punch me later.
One of the things that we've been really trying to do with the sensitivity calculator, which is the example that you gave, is make it as simple as possible. And really make sure that it's usable by as many people from the user community as possible. So I guess what you've highlighted to me actually is that in the next round of the sensitivity calculator development, I should access that community specifically and get their feedback and ask them, what is it about this? If you have any problem with the sensitivity calculator, what is it? What can we do to make this functionality better? In general, when it comes to full cycle times, people won't really be using the sensitivity calculator. I mean, the sensitivity calculator back end will be fed into our proposal handling tools. And so that has a little bit more of a simple feel. But what you've said still stands, is that we really need to access that community a little bit more with our testing. And I think that will happen quite naturally soon. I mean, we've only just released these tools, the sensitivity calculator itself, to the radio astronomy. Well, I mean, it's on our public website, but we've only highlighted it to the radio astronomy community. And what we need to do is really expand that pool to make sure that we are developing those tools to not count anyone out that has great science.
But I think the other thing I'd like to say, I mean, that the sensitivity calculator and things is about proposing, of course, and getting time on the telescope, which is really important, and we absolutely want non-radio astronomers to be able to do that. But accessing the data in the archive is how a lot of people will do their multi-wavelength astronomy. And so it's making that archive easy to access, understandable, following the kinds of standards that everybody is used to, that will be really important, I think, for making the telescope available to astronomers and not just radio astronomers.
That was the last question I was going to ask. Thank you very much. And we are just about out of time now. I know there were a few more questions, but I believe there will be drinks and outside, and so you can attack these people or any of our other speakers. Not attack, please. Any of our other speakers today. Can I say on behalf of the whole audience, I think today was wonderful. It was a really great overview of the observatory from sort of start to finish, and I'd like to thank our panel and all of our speakers from today. So thank you. All yours.
We shall also thank the audience. I mean, thank you for being here. Thank you for all the questions and for being engaged. And you can reach out to SKA team members to, you know, have further discussion. Shari, would you like? And of course, thank you to Shari for this wonderful, I believe, all of you agree with me that it was fantastic Women's Day, wasn't it?
Yes.
And the drinks are served, right?
Yes, thank you very much. Let's go and have a drink.